left early too, was cold. Good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order. It's 9:30. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and acknowledge the diverse indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Otu, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as the Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. Roll call, please. Councillor Jens?
Here, but not in eScribe yet.
Okay, we'll figure it out. Councillor Rice?
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel, are you online?
He's right here.
Oh, here he is, Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
And Councillor, there you go, Councillor Rutherford is here.
Here.
Good. Councillor Hamilton,
Also here.
I'm here. And Councillor Karen Tang, are you online? Okay, she's coming. And Councillor Paquette, I see you online.
Good morning.
Good. Councillor Stevenson,
Good morning.
Councillor Principe,
Good morning.
Councillor Knack,
Good morning.
and Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Adoption of the agenda. Councillor Knack, is that your privilege, right? Oh, Councillor Hamilton, okay. Councillor Hamilton, you move the adoption of the agenda, right?
Yeah, I'll move that the November 22nd, 2021 City Council meeting agenda be adopted with the following changes. 6.3 capital financial update, 6.4 operating financial update, both dated September 30, 2021. 6.5 fall 2021 supplemental operating budget adjustment 2019 to 2022 operating budget. 6.6 fall 2021 supplemental capital budget adjustment 2019 to 2022 capital budget. 6.7 COVID-19 2022 financial impacts and funding strategies. 7.4 bylaw 19874 to amend council procedures bylaw 18155 and council committees bylaw 18156. 9.4 budget items verbal update. 9.5 councillor appointments to Metropolitan Region Board committees. And I don't have to read in replacement pages. Oh, I do also have to, okay. And replacement pages 5, request to reschedule reports of 5.2 financial incentive options for non-residential heritage properties. 6.5 fall 2021 supplemental operating budget adjustment 2019 to 2022 operating budget. And that is it.
Good. Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Please vote on the adoption of the agenda.
Could we have a seconder, please?
Oh, yes. Who wants to second that?
Second.
Councillor Tang, and please note Councillor Tang is in the meeting now. Good, thank you. Please vote.
Affirmative from me.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Affirmative.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councillor Hamilton.
Yes for me.
Councillor Wright and Councillor Rice.
Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Please display the votes. Okay, that is carried. Thank you. Adoption of the minutes. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will move the adoption of the minutes from the November 1st through 5th, 2021 City Council meeting and the November 8th through 10th, 2021 City Council meeting.
Thank you. And who is seconding that?
I'll second.
Councillor Wright. Please vote on the approval of the minutes.
I vote in favor. It's not coming up on mine.
Thank you. We'll have Paneet have a wee look at your computer. Thank you. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Please display the votes. That is carried. Protocol items. I understand there are few protocol items. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Sohi, and good morning to everyone, especially our honored guests joining us here in Chambers and online today. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to recognize National Housing Day. National Housing Day was developed to recognize the work done by housing partners across Canada to improve access to housing for everyone and raise awareness about the fundamental importance of attainable homes in our community. Prior to the pandemic, roughly 60,000 households in Edmonton were in core housing need, meaning they spent more than 30% of their income on housing, lived in substandard accommodation, or had no home whatsoever. We know the pandemic has further exacerbated this housing crisis, with hundreds more now unhoused and many more experiencing housing insecurity due to the economic and social challenges posed by COVID-19. We see daily heartbreaking evidence of the unmet shelter, health, and mental health needs in our community. Though it can be easy to feel overwhelmed by the current reality, I was inspired to hear from so many Edmontonians who are demanding that we address housing and homelessness in our community. They understand how having a place to call home provides not just a roof overhead, but a sense of safety, stability, and community. Safe, permanent, and affordable housing is life-changing for individuals and is also transformative for our community. Housing can positively address the trauma and mental health crisis that are currently playing out on our streets and reduces pressure on critical services, saving millions in healthcare, justice, and policing. We are lucky in Edmonton to have a wealth of knowledge and experience and commitment to addressing housing and homelessness. This includes city staff who have worked relentlessly to advocate and activate city land and grant resources to provide homes for Edmontonians, including exceptional leaders like Jackie Ford, Crystal Kajenner, Hanny Kwan, and Colton Kirsup, who are joining us here today. It also includes an entire ecosystem of agencies that provide the complete gamut of support, from the daily needs of individuals experiencing homelessness, to permanent places to call home, to communities of connection, healing, and support. Each contribution is an important one, and your unwavering commitment to serving Edmontonians is truly inspiring. I'm pleased to recognize representatives from many of these agencies today, many who I've had the honor of working with directly. We have Jordan Reiniger, Gary St. Amand, Cheryl Whiskey Jack, Susan McGee, Mark Hussein, Gary Johnson, Elaine Bridger, Dean Kirpjuit, Anna Marie Reddy, Steve Hughes, Aaron Varner, Bindu Bonneau, Randine Burr, Ruby Dywart, Vanessa Sim, Chris Knutson, Landon Hildebrand, Nick Lilly, Rob Appleyard, Corolla Cunningham, Tim Pasma, Yasushi Oki, Raymond Swanik, Melinda Noyes, and Steve Hughes. Please join me in recognizing these outstanding individuals and the many organizations they represent. On this National Housing Day, it's clear that the need to address housing and homelessness has never been greater in our community. And now is the time to develop lasting solutions for our housing crisis. This means thinking differently about what shelter truly means and how we work even more collaboratively to ensure that every Edmontonian has a place to call home. I am excited to undertake this work with all of you. And Mayor Sohi, I'd now like to turn it over to you to proclaim today as National Housing Day.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. I think the folks sitting in the back row are part of the delegations. We can't see you because of the light being reflected from the back. If you want to move actually to, you don't want to, you want to stay there? Okay, cool, yeah. All right, good. Whereas safe, secure, and affordable housing is a fundamental need for families and individuals. And whereas there are currently 2,800 Edmontonians living without permanent housing. And whereas City of Edmonton is committed to working with our stakeholders and partners to prevent and end houselessness. And whereas Edmonton is proud to join communities across Canada in raising awareness about the importance and need for affordable housing. Therefore, I, Mayor Amarjeet Sohi, do hereby proclaim November 22nd, 2021, Housing Day in Edmonton, Alberta's capital city. And thank you everyone for your work and 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 on a very, very important issue facing Edmontonians. So who do I present this to, Madam Clerk? Is anyone here to receive this, or?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, no, not that I'm aware of. It's the
So I'll
pub-
give this to you, then you'll make sure that gets to the appropriate people. Thank you so much. Okay, we are done with protocol items. Items for discussion and the related business. Items for selection for debate. Okay, I'm going to follow the list. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will select items.
Just go slow.
Items 6.3 and 6.4 as they're dealt with together.
Yeah.
I'll select items 6.5, 6.6, and 6.7 as they're also being dealt with together. And I do have a few questions, quick questions on 7.4. And I think for our must-be selecteds, I'll select, we have to select items 9.2, 9.3, 9.4, and 9.5.
That's 9.2, 9.3, 9.4, and 9.5. Also, item 6.8 must be selected as well, if you want to select.
Sure, I can also select that, thank you, yes.
Go. Thank
And
you,
that's it, thank you.
Councillor Knack. Councillor Tang.
It's okay, I was gonna select 6.8.
It's been selected.
Yeah.
Councillor Hamilton.
I just want to select 9.1. I think it's good to hear from the commission before we talk about candidates.
Yeah, 9.1, absolutely. Councillor Jans.
No, I wanted, they've all been ticked off now, I think.
They have been, okay. Councillor Ann Stevenson.
Sorry, I'm in the same boat. Do we need to select 6-1?
Uh,
If you don't select it, they won't be able to
We,
make the presentation.
this is the November 8th, which we already gave approval to, committee gave approval to. This is the different one than, that was referred. Yeah, that referred one is the 6.8.
Oh, no, sorry, the 6.1, just for our council orientation session? I think we might need to select.
Oh, yes,
Yeah,
yes,
okay.
yeah. 6.1, yeah, absolutely,
Yeah,
good.
and then, 9.1, I think everything else has been selected. Thank you.
Good. Councillor Principe?
I choose to select 7.7.
7.7. Okay. And Councillor Rice?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm going to select 7.3. And for others, already selected.
7.3, got it.
Yeah.
Got it. I see no one else on the list, so items of debate. Madam Clerk, can you please read back?
I'll move all
Move
other
the rest. Can you move the rest, please, Councillor Knack? Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Please vote.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Thank you so much. Now can you read back items that were not selected for debate.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the following items were approved by council today. The item 5.1, the Ambleside Integrated Site, is actually coming to the fall supplementary budget adjustment meetings coming up. 5.2, financial incentive options for non-residential heritage properties, is coming back to Urban Planning Committee on January 18th. The following reports were also approved. 6.2, the 2021 Anti-Racism Grant Program recommendations. Item 6.9, the White Mud Creek Pedestrian Bridge Environmental Impact Assessment. 6.10, Intermunicipal Planning Framework Grant Applications. 6.11, Lata Bridge Replacement Environmental Impact Assessment. And 6.12, Leduc Annexation Area Tax Penalty Cancellation. And that's it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Please vote on the items not selected for debate.
Sorry, we've already taken care of that.
We don't have to vote on that. Got it. So, okay, got it. Okay, that is done. Request to speak. We have none. Request per time specifics. Councillor Hamilton.
I'll move that the following items be dealt with at a specific time on the agenda. 9.3, collective bargaining, verbal update, third item at 1:30 p.m. And last item of business is 6.3, the capital financial update, 6.4, operating financial update, 6.5, the supplemental operating budget adjustment, 6.6, the fall 2021 supplemental capital budget adjustment, and 6.7, the COVID-19 2022 financial impacts and funding strategy.
Could you also please add 9.4, which is also related to budget?
Yeah.
Yes, and 9.4, which is the budget items verbal update. And to clarify, Madam Clerk, since the council passed 7.1, third item is now second item, correct?
That is correct.
All right, thank
Yeah.
you.
So 9.3 will be the second item, right? And 1:30, and Police Commission will
That's
be
correct.
item 1. Okay, got it. Okay, so that was, who seconded that?
Councillor Paquette.
Councillor Paquette, thank you for seconding that. Please vote.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Please display the votes. That is carried. We done that. Vote on bylaws not selected for debate. So who is the bylaw person on this? Councillor Cartmel?
Sure, I'll be the bylaw person.
Okay.
So we have selections, Mr. Mayor, on 7.3 and 7.4, so I will not include those.
Yeah.
And all of these bylaws are ready for 3 readings. So I will move first reading of items 7.1, 7.2, 7.5, and 7.6.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Paquette. Please vote on the first reading of these bylaws.
Councillor Rice? We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move second reading of items 7.1, 7.2, 7.5, and 7.6.
Councillor Paquette, you seconded that? Councillor Paquette, are you the second?
Yeah, I was looking for my unmute button,
Good.
which I'm sure sometimes my kids wish I couldn't find in real life.
Thank you. So please vote on the second reading of these bylaws.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I will move consideration of third reading to allow 3 readings of these bylaws to be completed in the same meeting.
So consider, thank you, Councillor Paquette. Consideration for third reading on these bylaws. Please vote.
call the votes.
Please display the votes. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I will move third and final reading of bylaw 19921, bylaw 19868, bylaw 19879, and bylaw 19669.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Please vote on the final third reading of these bylaws.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Please display the votes. That is carried. Thank you so much, Councillor Cartmel and Councillor Paquette. Councillor inquiries. I understand, Councillor Tang, you have one inquiry, or?
Yes, I do. Can clerk pull up the wording for it? I would like to move a council inquiry around the current state of the Edmonton Research Park.
Sorry, we normally post it after it's read out, but
Oh, sorry.
I can try to chat it to you, and we'll get Richard.
Sure, that would be great.
There you go.
That the administration please provide the information for these following questions. What buildings and land within the Edmonton Research Park are currently owned by the City of Edmonton? What are the vacancy rates? What types and how many businesses are set up within these buildings? Who oversees the operation and maintenance of these city-owned properties, including what services are provided to the facility tenants? And what ways do can the tenants contact the property managers? What is the current status in terms of the sales of the buildings that the city owns? And please provide a budget breakdown, revenue and sources, expenses, et cetera, of the information available.
Good. Thank you, Councillor Tang. Any other councillor inquiries?
None that have been submitted to our office.
No, none? Good. All right, thank you. Item 4, reports to be dealt at a different time, meeting none. Request to schedule reports, replacement reports has done. So, okay. We are on to our first item. After doing all their work in half an hour, or 23 minutes. 6.1, council orientation. This is the continuation from the previous council orientation. Good. So we have a big agenda today, so
we will try to move through the information as quickly as possible.
thank you.
So the department has been on a journey of process improvement for a number of years now, and we've been shifting our culture from primarily focused on regulator to having a customer service approach. And I know that we're not all the way there yet, and there's still room for improvement, but our efforts have been paying off. Between 2018 and 2021, we have saved Edmontonians and businesses 261,000 days and $4.6 million annually as a result of our work. In addition, in September of 2020, a municipal benchmarking report, which analyzed 23 Canadian cities, ranked Edmonton second overall when reviewing charges and fees for development, processes, and approval timelines. I'd just like to take a quick moment to say thank you to the team in Development Services for all their dedication to process improvement and excellent customer service. When you're doing change like this, I understand it is just as much a culture change as it is a process change. So with me here today is Branch Manager of Development Services, Kim Petrin, and she's going to provide you an overview of some of the work that we've done to date.
Good morning. So up to this point, you've heard about City Plan, the growth management framework, and how intentional growth is directed and purposeful to ensure Edmonton grows in a sustainable and responsible way, which meets the expectations of our community. This presentation will focus on process and service delivery of planning and development matters and how farmland or an older commercial site transitions to a home. I will also speak to the zoning bylaw renewal project, which is a key tool for achieving our strategic vision. While the city plan challenged Edmontonians to think about the choices needed to welcome an additional 1 million people to Edmonton over the decades ahead, the zoning bylaw renewal initiative is focused on implementation. The zoning bylaw renewal initiative exploring how the city can best enable this anticipated growth and responsibly steward future developments and investments. Next slide, please. The Development Services Branch implements strategic growth and private sector investment plans for the city through 5 sections. Planning coordination, and we presented earlier in orientation about their work and the files that advance to public hearing. Subdivision and development coordination, development and zoning services, and safety codes, permits, and inspections. Our work in the next 90 days is really focused on the applications that are submitted, subdivisions, development permits, and building permits. And we work with our partners across the corporation, such as Parks and Roads, Real Estate, and as well as external partners like EPCOR and other utilities. Next slide, please. Sorry, one more slide. Thank you. This is a graphic of the overall development process, and through this information session, we will walk you through the process. Before getting into that, though, we'd like to share some facts on the importance of development as it relates to the success and economic development of Edmonton. In 2020, the total impacts of residential construction contributed to almost 30,000 jobs, one of the largest employers, $2.2 billion in wages, which show up as dollars in purchases within the local economy, and $3.4 billion in investment, a strong economic indicator. It's imperative for the city to support, facilitate, and enable this critical, important function. One of the key challenges that the service and applicants often face is the complexity of the process and the importance of the process and procedure in delivering our service. Our teams are dedicated to both ensuring excellent customer service while balancing the needs of meeting regulatory and policy requirements. Through their work, they ensure the development process is orderly, reduces risk, and delivers the high-quality environment that is envisioned in City Plan. Now, to walk you through the process. Next slide, please. You've heard this before, but our direction is set by Connect Edmonton, our strategic plan and city plan, our municipal development plan that provides direction to create a healthy, urban, climate-resilient city that supports a prosperous region. We also have a number of other guiding documents such as transit-oriented guidelines or design guidelines for new neighborhoods that inform our land use planning and decision-making. Edmonton is a growing city, and new neighborhoods are one way we can sustain growth to a population of 2 million. Where do we start? Before a new neighborhood is developed, an area structure plan, which is a plan for several neighborhoods, and a neighborhood plan are required. Development communities in Edmonton have both an area structure plan and neighborhood structure plan, which dictate where residential, commercial, institutional, and recreational development can be located. The plans also estimate the number of people who are expected to live in one area and how development may be staged over time. Developing the plans also include detailed technical information regarding transportation and servicing analysis. Next slide, please. Area structure plans outline the long-term development plan for a large area and provide a framework for the development of several neighborhoods. They generally apply to new developing areas such as Glenridding Heights, rather than to Edmonton's mature or established neighborhoods like Westmount or Bonnie Doon. Area plans provide broad direction for land use and connect subsequent plans and development to the objectives and vision of City Plan. These plans are prepared by the participating landowners and their consultants and submitted to the city for review and City Council approved. Next slide. A neighborhood structure plan, which is approved by Council, meets the requirements of the larger area structure plan, which it is part of but covers a smaller developing community. The neighborhood structure plans shows greater detail than the area structure plan and typically supports a population of 4,000 to 7,000. They are sufficiently detailed to provide the basis for subsequent zoning and subdivision of land. As part of designing new neighborhoods, a full range of transportation options are reviewed to enable the use of alternative and active modes. Transit usage is encouraged through the provision of a continuous and connected network of collector roadways for bus access within the neighborhood and beyond. In addition, accessible and effective transit service is designed through integration of transit facilities with neighborhood amenities and development densities. For example, in Riverview, includes a transit center integrated in the town center. Next slide, please. Following the area and neighborhood structure plan is zoning and subdivision. Next slide, please. The Edmonton zoning bylaw is the rule book for all development that occurs within Edmonton. It regulates what, where, and how land is used in Edmonton. These rules are described in zones that are assigned to all areas and properties across the city. Zones are geographically assigned based on the compatibility of different types of a development. Zones list uses that can be developed on a piece of land and regulations for how those uses should be built. Edmonton's land use zones are adopted by bylaw by City Council. The zoning bylaw defines what can be built in your community. Land use zone types in Edmonton include residential, commercial, industrial, urban services, agriculture, and reserve zone, as well as direct control provisions and special overlays. Rezoning is the process of changing the zone that applies to a property or a parcel of land. Rezoning is required to develop a site in a manner that is not in the current zone, and again must be approved by City Council at a public hearing. I will share more with you about the zoning bylaw renewal later in this presentation. Next slide. Where new homes will be located are created through the subdivision process, which divides a property into 2 or more legal lots, which could be as small as an infill lot split of an existing lot in a mature community, or to include a large parcel of land being subdivided for new developing land. In either case, the subdivision process lays out the pattern of settlement and creates an individual parcel to buy through a plan of subdivision. From an applicant or a developer's perspective, it's a 2-step process that requires conditional approval and endorsement by the subdivision authority, which is part of administration that has been delegated the authority by council to approve or refuse subdivisions in alignment with the city plan and our other strategies and policies, such as our intent to minimize the use of cul-de-sacs in new development. Conditional approval is the process of determining what conditions will need to be met to subdivide the lots. The endorsement process confirms that these conditions have been met. This plan is eventually registered at the Provincial Land Titles Office after both requirements have been met, which then permits the lot to be purchased for further development. Next slide, please. Now that the land has been rezoned and has a subdivision approved, a servicing agreement is required as a condition of the subdivision process. This agreement is between the developer and the city. It obligates the developer to provide public infrastructure like roads, sidewalks, street lighting, sewers, water mains, gas, telephone. These are all necessary to serve their proposed subdivision or development and are aligned with the City of Edmonton design and construction standards. Next slide, please. The servicing agreement requires the developer to construct city infrastructure to service their development at their cost, but also identifies responsibilities of both the developer and the city once the improvements are completed. These responsibilities include the planning, design, construction, and approval of municipal infrastructure and maintenance for anything that will be future responsibility of the city. Approximately $150 million worth of developer contribution is provided to the city annually. The servicing agreement also identifies any fees and assessments the developer is required to pay pertaining to the cost sharing of any off-site drainage or arterial road construction that benefits the subdivision or development. Throughout the servicing agreement process, we work alongside the development industry to shape our future city through planning and execution of development. Through the planning of subdivision, the review of designs, creation of agreements, and approval of construction, we help shape our future city. With every plan review, agreement, inspection, or approval, we balance the needs of the city and industry in alignment with City Plan to again provide outcomes that create a livable, sustainable, and connected Edmonton. Next slide, please. Up to this point, City Council, City Administration, and the developer have been working together to build a new neighborhood. We've reviewed the area and neighborhood structure plans, zoning bylaw, and servicing agreements. The sandbox is built and is ready for a home builder to purchase lots and submit requests to build structures, whether that's residential, commercial, or industrial. These require a development permit. Next slide, please. A development permit is a record of the city's permission to complete a range of development activities or to operate a particular land use. The development activity may be to demolish or construct a structure. The operation of a use may include anything from a restaurant to apartment housing or a golf course or a residential secondary suite. Development offers development officers must approve applications for permitted uses that conform to all aspects of the zoning bylaw. Approval for applications for discretionary uses may be with or without conditions, or the development officer may refuse an application. The applicant has a right to appeal this decision or as in an approval with conditions. The public can appeal any decision by development officers, but appeals occur most often in cases where the development officer has granted a variance to a regulation. The development officer may not vary the land use, height, floor area ratio, or density prescribed in the zoning bylaw. A development permit approves the use of a site as well as the size, location of any buildings or structures. Development permit approvals must be obtained for new construction, renovations, businesses, and change of use to existing buildings. Next slide, please. While development permits regulate a property's appearance and use in the context of a neighborhood, building permits will make sure what you build is safe. A building permit is a record of the city's permission to proceed with development in accordance with approved construction drawings and on the basis of conformity with the Alberta Building Code. Building and trade permits are regulated through the province and managed by the Safety Codes Council. The City of Edmonton is an accredited municipality to issue permits and inspect these permits. The Safety Code officers are also certified through the Safety Codes Council and follow the Safety Codes Act. The Alberta Building Code regulates techniques and materials used in building construction, the occupancy and use of buildings, and building safety equipment. A building permit ensures that development meets the Alberta Building Code. Building safety is regulated through issuing these permits and performing inspections. Building permits are required for construction or alteration, like an interior alteration or an addition, change of occupancy, or more specialized projects such as temporary special events and large signs. Building permits may include types of permits such as plumbing, gas permits, electrical permits, heating, ventilation, and air conditioning permits. Next slide, please. The Development Permit Inspection Team proactively inspects sites and development to ensure compliance with the development permit. The service helps ensure that the project aligns with what was permitted and allows the team to work with builders to improve construction activity. The team focuses on inspecting larger commercial, residential, institutional, industrial projects, as well as residential infill in our redeveloping communities. Another inspection process is ensuring compliance with the zoning bylaws landscaping requirements on private property. The landscaping inspection team undertakes multi-year inspections to ensure the landscaping installations have been provided as required and that they survive for 2 growing seasons. Next slide. Depending on the type of application, a new build or an alteration to a building, there may be a need for lot grading to be reviewed. Lot grading inspections are required once the buildings have been constructed and the site is graded. Lot grading helps control stormwater runoff by regulating slopes down and away from buildings on private property toward public land. As infill increases, lot grading challenges are also increasing. This is largely due to existing grade of properties settling without ongoing maintenance. However, all properties are required to undertake necessary improvements to meet the requirements of the drainage bylaw. Next slide, please. Policy C610, the fiscal policy for the planning and development business, indicates the planning and development business is a self-sustaining operation that provides review, approval, and inspection services for the development services noted in the red graphic. Development service is unique to the corporation in this sense, and that is it entirely self-sustaining and not dependent on tax levy for these services. Related to productivity, over the development services was identified as one of the 10 services to pilot development and implementation of productivity measures. This work was built from the city auditor's 27 services audited in the 2020 Productivity and Performance Report. The number of development permits per full-time employee has increased approximately 3% since 2015, with some fluctuation in 2019, likely due to the volume of complex infill applications which significantly increased. The number of inspections per full-time employee since 2016 has remained somewhat constant. Next slide, please. I'm going to transition to the zoning bylaw renewal. This is a key regulatory framework used to deliver our services. Joining us virtual is also Olivia Ballone, the director and leading the zoning bylaw renewal project. The team is currently working on writing the draft bylaw and preparing a zoning map. A bylaw will advance to City Council meeting in December to provide direction and alternative electronic method of notifying Edmontonians for large-scale rezonings. Public and stakeholder engagement on the draft bylaw and map will begin in early next year. We will also provide our fourth update to urban planning and economy on this work. Subsequently, the zoning bylaw will have a fifth report to provide to Urban Planning Committee to present the draft bylaw and map in the second quarter of next year, and City Council public hearing on the new bylaw to discuss and adopt in 2022 quarter 3. Next slide. The city has made a concerted effort to update its policy framework to create a vision and direction for Edmonton's future through City Plan. Renewing Edmonton's zoning bylaw provides an opportunity to strategically align our city building tools from the top down, from strategy to regulation, and ensure all Edmontonians and city builders have the tools necessary to build the city envisioned in City Plan. We are focused on creating a more streamlined and simplified regulatory and planning landscape, one that will enable and steward social and economic investment and growth throughout the city. Zoning is everywhere, from our parks and playgrounds to garden suites in the downtown core. The purpose of zoning is to determine what can be built where. It sets rules for where new buildings should go, what types of buildings they can be, and what types of business and activities can happen on a property. Next slide, please. It's been 20 years since the zoning bylaw has been renewed, and almost 60 years since it has gone through an extensive overhaul. Many development regulations that were designed for a small prairie town are still shaping the built form of Edmonton today. Currently, the zoning bylaw is overly complex, has strict zoning rules, cumbersome regulations, and requires workarounds that prevent excellent service delivery. Reviewing the zoning bylaw offers an opportunity to align our regulations with long-term city building goals articulated in City Plan, such as supporting innovation and development of housing, business, recreation, and employment centers. It enables economic development, ensures all Edmontonians and city builders have the tools necessary to build our city, and it considers and addresses systemic discrimination and social inequalities with zoning. Next slide, please. With this initiative, Edmonton has the opportunity to rethink how, what, and why the city regulates in terms of zoning and land development through these 4 key projects: creating a new bylaw, rezoning land to align with the new bylaw, providing technology to manage the new bylaw and improve our online customer experience for our services, and ensuring a smooth transition to the new zoning bylaw through thoughtful implementation. Next slide. So what is our approach to the new zoning bylaw? The city has combined feedback from Edmontonians with research into municipal best practices, development trends, and new and emerging city policy to inform our approach to drafting a new bylaw. Our approach falls into 7 categories as indicated on the slide. I also want to note that earlier last year, the zoning bylaw renewal was chosen as a gender-based analysis plus pilot project for the city of Edmonton. Next slide. We have created a number of tools and frameworks to help with the writing of the new zoning bylaw. The first one is our decision-informing tool. We know there will be some difficult decisions to make in drafting the new zoning bylaw. Deciding what to regulate through zoning will be just as important as deciding what not to regulate. There will be benefits, risks, trade-offs with each decision to ensure the new zoning bylaw balances achieving policy outcomes with reducing regulatory burden. To do this, we've created a framework to inform that decision-making. Should the zoning bylaw regulate? If yes, to what degree should it be regulated? Answering these 2 questions will support sound and justifiable decisions. Potential gender-based analysis plus and equity impacts are a component of this framework, and I will speak to this. Next slide. To advance Edmontonian City Plan and its goal of an inclusive and compassionate city, we believe it is important to reflect on our city's past, of the regulations and policies that have negatively impacted people, to rethink our present-day actions, and to imagine what an equitable future looks like. And while there are multiple municipal tools that need to be leveraged to confront inequity, one of the more impactful tools is the city's zoning bylaw. Edmonton and City Council have successfully advanced equity measures in the past through zoning bylaw amendments like abolishing single-family only zoning or removing parking minimums or enabling supportive housing across the city. These zoning changes underscored the importance of diverse housing to welcome a diverse demographic of people. More work can be done. With the zoning bylaw renewal, we have an opportunity to update our land use regulations to better reflect our current city size, its future direction, and its diversity. While these equity issues have been top of mind for our planners and city builders for decades, they have been typically addressed through advocacy and programs rather than regulatory reform. Through an equity lens, we can draft regulations that are based on land use impacts and not based on people, that accommodate all housing needs, that create attainable and affordable types of housing, that support informal gatherings, recreation, arts, culture, and spirituality, that are easier to understand and interpret, enabling more people to engage and use it. Next slide, please. To support this work, administration created a Gender-Based Analysis Plus and Equity Toolkit. Drawing upon the art of inclusion, the City of Edmonton's Gender-Based Analysis Plus framework, the Gender-Based Analysis Plus and Equity Toolkit provides guidance for administration on how to identify social inequities in the zoning bylaw through a Gender-Based Analysis Plus and remove and/or prevent these social inequities through equity measures. To build the toolkit, administration advanced equitable engagement activities, including a co-drafted community conversation summary and federally funded research with the University of Alberta. Both help to identify a series of recommendations that we are actively addressing. As we write the bylaw, the toolkit will provide a place for transparent documentation of process, research, and reflection of inequities and opportunities. This work has been profiled in local and national news, and several cities are already using the toolkit for their own work. Internally, the Gender-Based Analysis Plus and Equity Toolkit has begun to reshape our thinking and has enhanced our ability to write regulations that support more equitable outcomes. In fact, we are seen as leaders in the country in this conversation, and other cities are turning us for their leading practice, and can certainly share more information on our website with you. Next slide. There are some big decisions that we're going to be made as part of this work, some of which will be very difficult to make and will require measured discussion. Firstly, how and to what degree we regulate land use and built form in our residential communities will change. With the goals for growth outlined in the city plan, we will have to provide equal and equitable opportunities for our city building partners. This means ensuring our regulatory framework for building inwards is afforded the same accommodation that we have historically provided for building outwards. We will also have to have discussions with our infrastructure partners about how land use planning informs our infrastructure planning. One specific topic is challenging the notion that new infrastructure should always be built to accommodate maximum build-outs for our new communities. Decisions will be made around balancing market forces with our policies, especially where tension exists between them. For example, front driveways and their impact on our developing and mature communities. When we discuss our need to pursue climate resilience as a city, other considerations might initially appear to be at odds with our goals. How we negotiate these tensions and these decisions we make will result as we play a critical role in ensuring we grow in a sustainable way. Lastly, business friendliness. The zoning bylaw presents a rare opportunity to build one of the city's most potent regulatory tools from the ground up, particularly in a way that fosters local economic growth, reduces unnecessary barriers, and supports the city in becoming a more competitive regionally and global city. There will be a zoning bylaw renewal update, as I noted, to the Urban Planning Committee in the early part of next year. Next slide. The new zoning bylaw is about 60% drafted. Engagement activities and technical analysis led to the approach for consolidating narrowly defined uses into broader categories. This shift will create many benefits: flexibility to adapt to emerging business models, elimination of redundancies, transparent, predictable, and consistent decision-making, and reduced review timelines of development permit applications. We also established that the new bylaw will have fewer zones and a shift from discretionary uses to conditional uses, which aims to remove uncertainty for applicants and communities and improve transparency in the development permit review approvals. We conducted further research and developed tools to guide the drafting of the bylaw, such as a decision-informing tool, Gender-Based Analysis Plus and Equity Toolkit, a plain language writing guide, and a visual style guide. We facilitated target stakeholder engagement throughout the summer and the fall of this year to test our draft land use regulations and performed internal reviews with our city building partners. Rezoning land within the city is a critical aspect of this initiative and have developed a rezoning framework to guide this. The team is also developing a plan for in-progress applications when we transition to the new bylaw. Next slide, please. Next steps for the draft of the bylaw and map is citywide public engagement, which will begin in Q1 of 2022. Technology and implementation is also a really exciting component of this initiative. This will include acquiring a new digital interface for the bylaw and will be creating a site-specific interactive map for zoning information. The initiative is looking for further opportunities for automation of development permit reviews. Quite a bit of work will be spent updating our workflows, application forms, and facilitating training both internally and externally to the new bylaw. Next slide. We are building a zoning bylaw for everyone, and we are not doing this work alone. We need to and are engaging a diverse demographic of people. Council and administration provide strategic direction and ensure regulations are aligned with the city plan. Edmontonians are interested in how regulations will impact their property and their community. Developers and builders are interested in how regulations will enable their development and improve the permitting process. Businesses want to understand how we will enable a diversity of uses and commercial activities throughout the city. And consultants are interested in information on how the changes will be made to regulations. Next slide, please. There have been updates to Urban Planning Committee as early as 2019, and we're committed to continue to share information as we progress. This slide outlines further those touch points that we will have with Urban Planning Committee and City Council public hearing. Next slide, please. A memo to Council has recently been shared from the City Manager regarding planning and development timelines and process improvements. I know you've heard about the permit timelines while you were campaigning as well. I want you to know that administration is listening and learning and committed to work with our city building partners and Edmontonians to make changes to make it easier to do business. Development is a complex process, and finding the balance between policy, expectation, regulation, and enforcement can be challenging. A number of projects have focused on enhancing the development process. Different names can be applied to this work. Reduce red tape, improve the customer service experience, renewal projects. But whatever they are called, the intent is to ensure that we have the correct regulations and processes to support development. We've been focused on changing policy and regulations as one lever, and some examples include that Edmonton was the first major Canadian municipality to eliminate parking minimums, reducing review time and application costs. In 2020, we advanced the zoning bylaw omnibus, which supported economic recovery and development opportunities, which expanded a list of commercial businesses that didn't require a development permit, allowing for garden and secondary suites in more zones, and expanded the opportunity for home-based businesses. Administration also led the amendment to the bylaw to allow for supportive housing in more zones across the city. The comprehensive renewal of both the business license bylaw and the zoning bylaw will support enhanced customer service experiences as these projects are reviewing regulation and reducing the complexities. We understand the importance of construction timelines and that our customers have different needs. Some examples of improving customer experience include an online dashboard which provides transparency of queue timelines. Through our client liaison unit, enhanced service for major projects, which provides a single point of contact to the city for industry through all stages of the approval process. Evolving how we support customers with the permit process for commercial and residential renovation is currently underway. Enhancing our service delivery is another focus. An expedited infill house permit review program provides faster timelines. Allowing for some projects to proceed while permits are being reviewed helps also avoid delays. And setting service levels will enable predictable and consistent timelines for our customers. Leveraging technology and data has modernized how citizens interact with the city and has shifted to more automated, data-driven decision-making. I believe we are the first, and I stand to be corrected, Canadian municipality to automate development and building permit approvals for deck and garage permits. When it comes to inspections, we are using data and artificial intelligence to pass low-risk inspections on single detached homes. One of our process improvement projects, Urban Form Business Transformation, was recognized as a best practice for improving municipal processes in the Canadian Home Builders Association. As Ms. McCabe noted earlier, a municipal benchmarking report from 2020 compared 23 Canadian municipalities, examining their process, approval, timelines, fees, and charges, and Edmonton was ranked second overall. The National Bank of Canada recently released a report that ranked Edmonton as the second major city in Canada for housing affordability, behind Quebec City. The city understands and appreciates the critical and complex role we have in the permit and licensing process. We recognize the impact red tape and inefficient processes have on the economy, citizens, industry partners, and business owners alike. We're proud of the progress we've made and acknowledge there is a need for continuous improvement to meet the needs of our customers. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Kim. And thank you for the presentation. There was a lot of information there. And we also absolutely look forward to working with your team to continue to improve the system. Okay, good. We have about 34 minutes until our 11 o'clock time specific. I would really encourage council members to focus on questions and to try to get as many questions as possible. Yeah.
Just a friendly reminder, there was a second report that came forward from orientation, so there's an additional item, and if you don't get to it, we can possibly move it over to a future council meeting.
Okay. What is that additional item, sorry?
Land management and enterprise
Oh, I
land
see.
development.
Okay, got it. So we can, if we don't get through, then we get to the next council meeting. Got it. Okay, cool. Councillor Stevenson.
Sorry, I believe I'm after Councillor Cartmel. I jumped the queue again.
This system really give you preferential treatment, Councillor Stevenson, for some reason. Councillor Cardinal. Okay, was Councillor Jans first, okay, or?
And Mr. Mayor, my request was that we could hear the second presentation first before going to questions, because I believe there are some time-sensitive components to it. I note in the presentation there's indications around land sale that I'm quite concerned about. So I'd prefer if we could hear that presentation now and then go to questions after.
But these are two separate presentations, right? Two distinct separate presentations?
They are, but they're both lumped under item 6.1 because both were referred from council orientation.
And there's a lot of connection here around all of the development of new neighborhoods and everything else, city plan.
Yeah, but we won't get through that.
It's
two
a
questions.
shorter presentation, you're correct.
Is it?
Yeah,
Is
it's
it
about 12 slides.
Okay. Okay, can you quickly walk us through those?
We can,
Is it
yeah.
the same team? Is it a different team?
It's slightly different team, yeah, it's Chris.
Are the people here?
They're here.
Okay. And can we both are joint presentations, then we can put them together, right? Or is this is just one item, right?
Yeah, it's under the same item, Your
item.
Worship, and then we could take
Okay, got
questions
it.
on both.
Okay,
of them.
cool.
It might be useful.
Okay.
And please keep me in the queue. Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome to our new councilors and welcome back to the familiar faces. For those of you that I have not had the pleasure to meet, my name is Chris Hodgson and I'm the branch manager of real estate. Congratulations to all of you, and I'm very excited to partner with you to enable a better life for Edmontonians. Earlier in other council information presentations, our financial and corporate services folks have mentioned how important financial stability is to providing Edmontonians with a high quality of life. As shared previously, financial stability means having the capacity to meet both our current and future obligations without unexpected tax or user fee increases or decreases in programs or services. One of the ways the city generates income and delivers on its city building ambitions is through its real estate. I'm here today to provide you with the information related to our real estate portfolio, information on how we manage our real estate assets, and some brief information about one of the city's land development programs, the Enterprise Land Development. Next slide, please. Our land management and land development practices have strong alignment to the city's corporate business plan, contribute greatly to the goals set out in the city plan and Connect Edmonton, and support the creation of the budget by supplementing the tax levy requirements and efficiently using our assets. Some key areas that I would point you to are our urban places objectives, contributing to vibrancy and density, as well as ensuring an environment where businesses have opportunities to locate in our city and thrive. Next slide, please. As almost all programs, projects, or services require physical space, the real estate branch and programs have significant integration with a number of our internal partners. While our branch acts as stewards for city-owned real estate, we work collaboratively with program areas to understand their current needs as well as their future aspirations, and also keep an all-important eye on the city's strategic objectives from a systems standpoint. Next slide, please. Over the short-term transitional period in our work together, you will have a few real estate items that will come your way for consideration. These are outlined on the slide above. Within the next 30 days, Council will see sales listings for surplus assets and residential greenfield development lands, as well as land acquisition for Yellowhead Trail and Valley Line West. Within the next 60 days, there will be listing of housing development sites, and within the next 90 days, items for exhibition lands, river crossing, and land enterprise. Next slide, please. The city owns approximately 21,000 acres of land split amongst approximately 8,400 individual parcels. This may seem like a lot, and it is, but the majority of this land is used as green space or open space, such as river valley or park areas. The remainder is currently deployed for city corporate use, such as recreation centers and office towers, land that is part of city development projects, undevelopable land, such as sidewalks or utility lots, land waiting to be transferred to another party, and land that is set aside for housing programs. Next slide, please. To further illustrate this point, there's detailed information presented on the table above. Properties and operational program categories account for roughly 80% of city land. Example of land holdings falling within this asset class include all land in the river valley, natural areas, program parks, developed and undeveloped housing sites, civic facilities, and operational yards. These are properties that are managed at a program level with uses approved through the budget process to ensure alignment with corporate strategy and council policy, and subject to annual review to ensure optimal use. Linear remnant parcels or properties account for 6.3% of city land. Properties in this category include utility lots, walkways, rail spurs, and other properties that are typically undevelopable on their own. Because of the nature of these properties, they can be difficult to sell or lease, given their limited utility and marketability. These holdings are utilized creatively where possible to align with the strategic initiatives such as Breathe in the City Plan. For holdings that have no civic use, administration leases or sells them to adjoining property owners when possible to offset ongoing maintenance cost and mitigate risk. Transactional properties account for approximately 2.5% of city land and are in the process of being transferred to EPCOR Drainage and the Edmonton Community Development Company. They will soon be the responsibility of other non-city groups to manage. When all of these other property categories are removed, it provides a picture of the remaining lands that are either in the city's development portfolios or are available for potential repurpose or sale. These account for roughly 13% of the city's real estate portfolio, or approximately 2,700 acres. Next slide, please. In the context of the city's land management framework, effective governance can be described as a systematic process for acquiring, developing, maintaining, improving, and disposing of assets in an efficient manner to achieve the city's broader strategic vision outlined in Connect Edmonton, the city plan, and the corporate business plan. Core principles of the framework are that it mandates a regular inventory review and annual reporting of land assets. It reduces historic financial barriers to repurposing property from one civic use to another. It ensures that real estate decisions reflect a broader corporate perspective, ensures that land acquisitions are appropriately budgeted and funded, ensures that land is sold and it achieves maximum value, and it creates a decision-making process that is fair, consistent, and transparent, reflecting a broader systems-based corporate perspective with appropriate stakeholder engagement and a means of weighing competing priorities. Next slide, please. When city-owned property is no longer needed for municipal purposes, it is declared surplus and is available to be sold. The city may make improvements to surplus property prior to listing it for sale if it believes that investing in upgrades to the property will increase its value or make it more marketable. While selling surplus property may be a source of revenue for the city, the first priority is typically future municipal use. If the city may reasonably have a need for the property in the future, it is not declared surplus. Underutilized property, when not repurposed for other city use, may be declared as surplus and eventually sold to generate revenue. Prior to that occurring, a review of the property is undertaken by all city departments to ensure an opportunity to identify possible future needs for the property prior to it being sold. As a note, the city auditor recently took a look at our inventory review process as part of a more in-depth audit of the real estate branch in March of this year, and we received positive feedback in terms of the consistency and the rigor of the process. Aside from sales proceeds, disposition of surplus land supports council infill objectives by enabling new development within existing neighborhoods to support greater density and help maintain use of existing schools and recreation facilities. Next slide, please. Now that is an astronomically high-level view of our land management practices, and I imagine that we'll have many future opportunities to discuss them in greater detail as we move forward in our work together. Moving on to our development portfolio, our enterprise land development team develops land for financial profit, to achieve city objectives, and to generate revenue through an annual dividend. Land development projects are self-funded through the land enterprise retained earnings and managed from our land acquisition through to completion of construction. Enterprise land development operates within city administration as a self-funded enterprise in accordance with City Policy C511, the land development policy, and returns an annual 25% dividend to the city in accordance with the City Policy C516, the land enterprise dividend policy. Target dividends are approved by council through the budget process, and the results of enterprise land development activities are reported back to City Council as part of administration's quarterly financial performance reporting. Next slide, please. In terms of history, the city has participated in greenfield land development for over 50 years, starting when it began acquiring and developing land in Mill Woods. These activities have historically included residential, industrial, and commercial land development. Through this work, the city has been able to maximize the value of city holdings while diversifying the city's tax base, ensuring an adequate supply of industrial land, making lots directly available to small builders and the public, supporting small business, and improving the city's climate resilience, all while generating significant revenue for the city. The city's most recent residential land development project in Laurel is shown on the slide. This development created over 300 single-family lots, which were sold directly to small builders and members of the public in 4 phases. The 4th and final phase of lot sales will be sold in 2022. After the final phase is sold, this project will have generated over $51 million in gross revenue with a profit margin of 45%. All houses built on the site are required to be Built Green certified, meaning that they must be built at least 15% more efficiently than a typical home and be solar ready. Even with these requirements, each phase has sold out in a single day. On May 3rd, 2021, Council made the decision to sell off the remainder of its residential greenfield land holdings in the enterprise land development portfolio, properties in Goodridge, Chauncey, and Astor, rather than develop them. Once these holdings are sold, the city will no longer participate in residential development in the same way that it has in the past. Instead, the proceeds generated by the sale, as well as the resources that were previously used to deliver this service, will be redirected to redevelopment projects such as exhibition lands and river crossing, allowing the enterprise land development team to use the expertise gained in residential greenfield development to help rebuild and reshape the city. Council's decision in May 2021 did not impact enterprise land development's delivery of greenfield industrial and commercial land. This work will continue to provide shovel-ready industrial lot products, which will assist in increasing the non-residential tax base, while supporting business employment opportunities for citizens and promoting business attraction to the city. Next slide, please. Enterprise land development operates with business practices that are consistent with the private sector, using in-house expertise to manage development of these sites from planning and engineering to design and construction. Consultants and contractors are retained and managed by the team, and Enterprise Land Development's land development projects are subject to the same considerations, approvals, and obligations as any private developer. And as Ms. Petrin had walked you through in the previous presentation. Next slide, please. Enterprise Land Development's budgets to carry out this work are approved by council as part of the capital and operating budget process. Land development activities are planned, and budgets are forecast at the start of the budget cycle, which are used to create the program's land development and land acquisitions capital profiles. These capital profiles are then approved as part of the city's 4-year budget approval process. Enterprise Land Development's ability to deliver on City Council's mandate and generate revenue for the city requires maintaining an inventory of land for future development through ongoing land acquisition. Enterprise Land Development will continue to engage with City Council for opportunity purchases to support future commercial and industrial development that aligns to City Council's vision for Edmonton. As shown on the table, actual activities that occur during a budget cycle may differ from what was planned. Similar to private industry, the program endeavors to be nimble and adjust to activities to ensure the program's continued success. These adjustments may be the result of several factors, including market conditions, land development or acquisition opportunities, construction pricing, council direction, and other factors. However, when shifts are made to the program, they are done to mitigate risk, reduce costs, take advantage of opportunities, and maximize returns. This often results in Land Enterprise ending the year with a positive variance and higher than anticipated dividend payments. Next slide, please. I thank you for your time today and would be pleased to answer any questions that council may have.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Really appreciate it. And I'm going to go to questions. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I guess my concern is that in the past we have seen a high degree of profitability through our Enterprise Lands program, and I realize the previous council made a decision that they were interested in selling some of these properties, some of these, I guess, I'm not sure if the word divesting or cutting this program would be appropriate, but I'm not sure that there isn't a different direction following the election from new councillors, and I'm worried that in the next 30 days we may be selling our a number of pieces of land, maybe prematurely or maybe not in alignment with the new vision of council, and I would like an opportunity to have that conversation and to potentially reconsider the last direction. It is a major undertaking. Once you sell land, obviously it's done. We aren't getting it back. And given the fact that this is a significant financial decision.
Councillor, I would expect you please ask questions.
Yeah, I was wondering. Sorry, thank
Please.
you, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
What are the opportunities here to have a conversation as the new group before the posting for sale?
So, Councillor Jans, in terms of our path forward, council direction was provided earlier this year. We have been taking steps to prepare the lands for sale, and we anticipate that we would list I can get into the schedule of each of the individual projects, but the first one coming our way would, for council's consideration, would be Goodridge Corners. It's in the northwest portion of the city. One of the things that needs to happen, even with council's previous direction, is that land sale would have to come back to council for consideration and approval prior to it actually being disposed of. So I think that there are maybe a few different paths to council receiving further information on this, but just to give everyone comfort that may have concerns around that, the sale of the property, because of the order of magnitude of the sale price, is outside of administration's delegated authority, and we would have to return for approval prior to it transacting.
Can I paraphrase a moment just to make sure I got this? So the last council said, here's direction to prepare a number of parcels, A, B, C, D, for sale. That direction was passed, and now administration is preparing those A, B, C, D for sale, but before they are actually posted for sale, they still need to come before council to say, yes, we agree to post parcel A for sale. Am I correct in my understanding here?
A slight tweak to what you've suggested. The properties would be prepared for sale and would be listed publicly. Before we would be able to transact the actual properties, though, one of the conditions that would be met would be a requirement for us to return to council for approval.
Okay.
So the listings themselves, as it sits today, we have direction to move forward with those. But before the property would actually transact, that consideration would have to come back to council for approval prior to administration entering into the agreement.
My concern, I think, has been noted, and certainly if other councilors have questions, but I would be open to maybe in a second round moving a motion to postpone or something this item to later on in our council meeting, so that we could think about a potential process for it. I'm not sure it makes sense to even list for sale. I realize this is orientation, so it's helpful, but I just want to make sure we're not getting ahead of ourselves.
Got it. Thank you, Councilor Jens. Yeah, there'll be opportunity to think about that, absolutely. Councilor Cartmel.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So, Mr. Hodgson, good morning. Thank you for your presentation. The decision that Councilor Jans is speaking to was culminated, I guess, after, by my recollection, 2 lengthy conversations at Executive Committee and at least 1 lengthy conversation at Council. Is that right?
Councillor Carmel, it actually could have been more than that.
Right, yeah.
It was over the past several years.
I guess the point being that this was a long and continuing conversation that resulted in Council's decision to take this direction. So would it be prudent in your view to have a reasonably detailed and involved summary conversation before reversing that decision? Like and I guess more generally to maybe to Mr. Corbould, if we're going to get into a situation here where we're going to relitigate the decision that have been made by council in the past, just generally, how much of that do we do before we are paralyzing administration to move forward on a number of things? I'm concerned about this last council, this council.
Yeah, to my knowledge, Councillor, this is the one item that I know of there's consideration, so I'm not too worried about that unless this kind of thing comes up all the time. But we would absolutely have to review this, and I would certainly recommend that if council wanted to pause on that previous direction, that we would have to start with going right back to committee and doing some public consultation on it, which we did, as you know, for the decision that was made before. So, we can certainly, I don't think we'll be paralyzed. We can certainly do the will of council, but right now we've been given direction. We're going in that direction. We would need to have some very specific direction to pause that. And then if there was a decision to go in a different direction, we would have to, I think, start all over with consultation, especially with industry, to make sure they would be properly heard.
Right, and then I guess back to Mr. Hodgson, that conversation resulted in postponement of action generally on this file for at least a year, if not longer. So if we're going to go back to square one, we're talking about postponing action for quite a long time to get back to a decision point.
Yeah, again, Councillor, I believe that the pause in direction probably was for a period of 2 to 3 years. I think what I could offer, if everyone agreed and was comfortable with it, is that we can definitely prepare a council memo that outlines the history, the evolution of the discussion with council and with other stakeholders, and provide that to council for their consideration. And then once that context is in place, if there are councillors that still feel uncomfortable about that, they are able, obviously, to make a motion, and we can adjust course if that is the will of council. But I think that foundational information with some of the background data and detail that went into the original discussion with council would probably be helpful for this group.
A good part of that conversation, though, that data and that analysis was pretty involved, pretty detailed, pretty complex.
That's correct.
And part of the conversations at committee was to generate an understanding of all of the financial considerations that industry and the city makes in these choices.
That's correct.
So that would essentially mean you're not selling land and you're not developing land until we get back to a decision point. Potentially.
Potentially, if direction from council was received suggesting that we pause.
Okay, thank you. I have a number of questions on the permitting presentation as well, but I understand this is going to be, this item is going to be postponed until later, so.
Well, after, probably to next council meeting, right? After we reach to
Next Tuesday.
10 minutes at 11 o'clock, then we'll come back
Thank
to
you,
our
Mayor Soto.
next meeting.
Thank
yeah.
you.
But I think that memo would be helpful for us to have a foundational level of understanding on this issue, right, before we can consider. I think that would be helpful for all of us to understand what behind it, because I'm not up to date on it. So I'm pretty sure that's the case with many other council members. For if there's any direction, change in direction, that information is important.
Mayor Soto, we would be happy to do that.
Good, thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you. Maybe just to close the loop on that conversation. So I fully agree with getting up to speed, having the opportunity to review the information. First question, were the previous reports all public? Like, are we able to trace them back?
They were, yes.
Okay, so even just having a list of those report numbers and dates, or just attachments in an email would be really helpful for me. And just wondering if, just knowing that there's that 30-day clock ticking, just wondering if the intent at this point would still be to do the listing in 30 days unless you hear otherwise?
We had planned to move forward with listing the property. Again, prior to to this property specifically transacting, we would have to return to executive committee for direction and approval. So there is, I would say, limited risk in our moving ahead with listing the property. We could probably have some extra exposure time in terms of marketing time to allow council to receive the information and provide any kind of alternate direction that they may have.
Okay, so there's no risk of like operating in bad faith by offering land that we may not eventually approve for sale?
I think there is a bit of a risk there, Councillor, and I think so we have to be careful because we have very clear direction from Council right now that we're acting on, and people are expecting that to be done on a timeline. So I do think there is some risk there, and what I would certainly be recommending is some clear, if there's a change or a reconsideration from Council, that we have to do that very quickly so that we don't get accused or actually be operating in bad faith. And I don't know if the solicitor would like to add something there.
No, Mr. Kobold summarized it fairly well. So I think we need to assess where we're at with third parties and assess that risk. I think there is a real risk there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So it sounds like you do need some, if we would like time to reconsider, we'll likely need to make a motion to pause on that land sale. Okay, thank you for that. Just jumping quickly to the earlier presentation as well. Thank you very much for that overview. Just a quick clarifying question around the role of neighborhood structure plans moving forward. So I saw that they were part of the hierarchy when we were talking about the zoning bylaw renewal. My understanding is that district planning was an approach that we were planning to take, particularly for our existing neighborhoods, mature and existing neighborhoods, so that we didn't really have that intermediary of the individual neighborhood plan. Is that still the intent, and the neighborhood structure plans are typically just for the new neighborhoods?
District planning will cover the entire city, and neighborhood structure plans will fall out of that.
For existing and mature neighborhoods as well?
For developing communities.
Just developing communities. Okay, thank you. Because I know there's some ongoing work right now to repeal some of the patchwork of neighborhood plans that we've had in place for many, many years. And so just a question on that as well is, are those rescinding of those sort of historical area redevelopment plans and other neighborhood plans coming forward?
They will be coming forward as part of the district planning. After that work's done, that would be the next rescinding of plans.
Okay, great. That's a wonderful clarification. Just wondering as well if you could speak briefly. I really appreciate the highlights you provided in terms of the benefits of our new processing. I'm wondering if you could speak a little bit too about how that's directly supporting individual homeowners as well. So not just sort of the development industry, but things like the home improvement permitting process, that type of approach.
Yeah, we have an initiative called the Permit and Licensing Initiative, and there are a number of projects as part of that that are looking at how do we make it simple and easy to understand and get help and get support through the process. So that's simplifying the process, reviewing requirements, providing access to ask questions and help through the process. One of the other things we're starting is virtual appointments, so you can make an appointment to meet with someone to talk through a project. And the automation, which is, we started with garage permits and deck permits, which is, generally a homeowner type of application that you make, and so that's become really simplified.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's really exciting to accentuate just the value it can have for individual homeowners and reducing some of the headaches. But yeah, thank you. Really excited for the zoning bylaw renewal work coming forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Sohi. My question is going to the first presentation. Thank you very much for the clear information, and my question very simple and focus on the information you provided. So I have two questions. The first question is about the permits. And so based on the fiscal policy and for the planning and the development business, and we have two permits. So one is development permits and another one is building permits. So I would like to know the information about the general speaking, what is the process time for these two permits?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Rice, and that ranges depending on the complexity of the permit.
Yeah.
So for example, a single detached house in a developing community can be 10 days. We do post all of our timelines for permits in a quarterly report, and that's available online. For a building permit, it can be just as quickly as that in terms of a building permit if there's a complete application. But more complex projects like a tower or an industrial unit might take a little bit more time. So it does range from a few days, but it can certainly, we work with applicants over time to work through their trade permits as well.
And Councillor Rice, we can provide all of council with that, another link to that quarterly report so you can see all of the permit processing timelines.
That would be wonderful. Thank you very much. And because that is some concerning voice I heard and regarding the permits process time. That's first question. Thank you. And the second question is about the casting. And because we are talking about upcoming work plan and specific for this project and by non-renew project, we are mentioned some technology and implementation. So my question is about, is there any additional, actually the two questions here. The first question is what is the cost for the project? So in total. Second question, is there any additional cost for the technology and implementation?
Councillor Rice, we can maybe follow up with that information to all of council. We have a budget for the zoning bylaw renewal implementation, which is different than the budget for our permit and licensing initiative and general technology improvements that we make every year to fix the website or to improve the process. We have a budget for that as well. But as part of it's all paid for through the planning and development business model.
From that model.
That's right, from the application fees.
Okay, the application fees is already under the last circle budget. And so for me to ask that question, I do want to look at what's adjustment or any change, and we could look at it in this adjustment process.
For sure, we can help with that. It's not tax levy supported. So the planning and development business model, for processing permits, is supported by the application fees paid for by developers. So a developer pays their fee or a homeowner pays their fee for a home improvement permit. And as a result of paying that fee, we process the permit, but we also improve the system. We also use those fees to do technology improvements as well as process improvement work.
Thank you for that clarification. So back to you, Mr.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Well, I think I'm going to stop here. Sorry, Councillor Rutherford, Councillor Wright, and Prince Bay. We have to come back to this item at a later date. We have 11 o'clock time specific.
So, Mr. Mayor, are you postponing this to later in this meeting, or are you referring this to
So-
another council meeting? I just need.
So that's what I need to know, like when can we continue with this?
Your next regular council meeting is December 6th. Are you wanting to put it over to that time?
I'm sorry? Yeah, but there's no, like, what would be the next opportunity? That's the only opportunity?
Your next city council meeting, to my knowledge, is December 6th. I'm just double checking, but the rest of the time's been allocated to budget.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah. Sorry.
I might move that we postpone this till later in this meeting, and then at that point, we can
Okay.
decide if we do it
Yeah,
then or
okay,
do
let's
it
move
later
it
in
to later to this meeting. Last item, after we're done with financial items, we'll come back to this item.
I would suggest, with all respect, maybe number 4 at 1:30, just so we decide if we're doing it today or we're doing it another day. That lets the delegation do what they have to do, or that kind of thing. And we can make the decision as council with a little bit of space to decide what's best
Yeah,
with the clerk and such.
Yeah, okay, we can do that, but I feel really, if we're going to give a new direction to administration, I really feel uncomfortable without having the information to base to the decision on, right? So I think it'll not be a thoughtful decision to change the direction without actually knowing all the implications, and which you were talking about, Councilor
Well,
Cartwell.
it just gives us a little bit of room to have some discussions behind the scene. We might decide at 1:30
Yeah.
or whenever we come back to this
Okay.
to simply postpone it again to
Got
committee
it.
or whatever.
Okay, you want a little bit more discussion, okay.
And then may I just add that my questions are just pertaining to the presentation for information,
Yeah.
not.
Not related to the
Not a
land.
motion.
Okay, got it. Okay, good. Okay, so will be the third item then, at 1:30? Will be public though? It'll be public
Yes, to
dialogue,
both,
not
as I
in
understand
private.
it. Yes, sir.
that-
Yeah,
Okay,
that's my motion.
got it. Okay, got it.
Needs a seconder.
Good.
Second.
Okay, so refer this item to be the third item at 1:30 in public. Please vote.
So just clarifying, Councillor Rice is absent, Councillor Stevenson is absent, and Councillor Tang is absent.
Okay, we still have quorum.
Yeah, I just need to update the system, and we
Yes.
have all the votes.
Okay, good. Please display the votes. Got it. Thank you so much. It's carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move that we move into private to hear item 9.2, subject to section 16 and 24 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Good. So who's seconding that? Councillor
I'll second.
Hamilton?
Councillor Principe.
Councillor Principe? Got it. Please vote to go into private.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes.
camera back on. Yeah, so we're back online, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you so much. Can you please put that motion up?
So just for absolute clarity, we're voting on item 9.3.
Yeah.
And Mr. Mayor, just that we are in private, if you can just state into the record that Councillor Rutherford was not part of any of the discussions, and for pecuniary interest, she's actually abstaining from this vote.
That's 9.3.
That's correct.
So just to make it absolutely clear that Councillor Rutherford did not participate in item 9.3, she abstained from that meeting because of pecuniary interest. Is that good?
That's great. Thank you
Right
so
on.
much.
And
And then the motion that we would be very appreciative if somebody could pass the motion that
I will. I will move that motion. That motion that you
that I'm
need-
about to, the one I'm going to say?
Yeah.
Yep, that's great. So would you like
Second.
to give the chair up?
Yeah, Councillor Wright, can you take that?
I got it.
Good, thank you. I'll move that motion.
So the motion is that the actions as outlined in the revised attachment 2 be approved and remain in private subject to FOIP.
Good, and, sorry. It's seconded by Councillor Paquette.
Oh, sorry, seconded by Councillor Paquette. Can we vote?
So just for clarity, what's up on the screen is not correct. We're not receiving this report for information. We're approving the actions that are outlined in attachment 2. Just give us 2 wee seconds to get that updated, please, Mr. Mayor. We're just going to refresh your screens. Thank you so much. Richard's updated the motion, and whenever you're ready, Madam Chair, if you could call the vote, please.
Okay, can we vote, please?
We're just waiting for 2 more votes. Councillor Hamilton?
I'm a yes, Madam
Thank you so much. We have all the required votes, Madam Chair.
Okay, please display the votes.
Okay, and we're just going to grab Councillor Rutherford to come back in for the remaining votes on 9.1 and 9.2.
Would you like me to move for item 9.1?
If you wouldn't mind, if we could just, I think,
I'll take the chair back.
Councillor Hamilton, we're just
Thank
waiting
you.
for Councillor Rutherford to come back in. Thank you. Okay,
There she is, go ahead.
Great, that the attachment 2, for item 9.1, I move that the attachment 2 be added to the November 22nd, 2021 Office of the City Clerk Report, OCC 00831, and that the actions contained in attachment 2 be approved. Secondly, that the Edmonton Police Commission candidate shortlist as set out in the revised attachment 1 of the November 2nd, 2021 Office of the City Clerk Report, OCC 00831 be approved. Thirdly, that the November 22nd, 2021 Office of the City Clerk Report, OCC 00831, remain private pursuant to Sections 17 and 24 of the FOIP Act. And fourthly, that the December 13th, 2021 City Council meeting orders of the day be extended to 6:30 p.m.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Rice? We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes. That is carried.
And if we could just have a motion to receive 9.2 for information, please.
I'll move that.
Second.
Okay, vote to receive 9.2 for information.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councillor Rice? Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
So now, Mr. Mayor, I believe you're back to your third item at 1:30, which is item 6.1.
Should we move to bring forward the other items to postpone?
Yeah, just, Councillor Rutherford, how many, the 7 points, or
I
how
can
many
address
questions
the
you have on
questions.
that?
I can address the questions directly to Ms. McCabe, if we're running short on time.
No, on this, on the 6.8, if we bring that forward, the community safety wellness being priority action items. If
I'm not the one that asked that to be
Who
debated.
selected 6.8?
I've got Councillor Knack for 6.8.
Because that must be selected.
That's
So you don't have
correct.
any, that's the anti-racism task force.
Yeah,
Recommend.
I didn't have it as a debate item.
Okay.
I didn't select it
You're
as
cool
for-
with that?
Yeah.
Okay, well, can somebody move that, bring it forward?
I'll move to bring it forward.
Second.
Okay, second by Councillor Paquette? Oh, sorry,
Cartmel, I believe.
Councillor Cartmel, got it. Okay, please vote to bring forward 6.8.
I'm a yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Good, please display the votes. That is carried. So if we don't have any questions on this, as Chair, Councillor Cartmel, you want to move the report?
I'd be happy to move the recommendation in the report.
Okay.
Second.
Second by Councillor Paquette. Okay, so please vote to vote 6.8. So which will be approving the recommendation of the committee that was deferred to council.
So
for
committee
approval.
didn't actually make a recommendation. That's
it
why this
deferred.
item was a requirement to be selected for debate, but there was a recommendation from administration. So
Yeah.
for clarity, is that what's being moved?
So that's what is being
Can I,
approved.
okay, I have so are we voting on this and then can we speak to it?
You
I
can
do
speak
have
it now.
I
You
do
can,
have a
you can speak
Can
now.
we recall the vote, please?
So for clarity, I'll move the recommendation in the report. Would you like me to read that in, Madam Clerk?
It would be helpful
Okay.
for clarity, please.
Okay. So the recommendation, and my motion is as follows. The that the 2021 social development operating expenditure budget be increased by $1.4 million on a one-time basis to provide additional grant funding allocations to the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee in the amount of $1.174 million. The Sister Dialogue / Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues Community Safe Block Initiative, $45,000. The African Canadian Civil Engagement Council Initiative to support community and cultural and psychological safety for $81,000. And to provide honorariums to enable citizen participation in engagement activities to advance the development of community safety and well-being actions, $100,000. With funding from the remaining 2021 Edmonton Police Services budget held corporately in the financial strategies budget for redirection towards community safety and well-being initiatives. So I will move that.
And it's seconded by Councillor Paquette. Good, thank you. No, Councillor Tang, you want to speak to this?
Yes, I can, just,
Or you have a subsequent motion?
I do have a subsequent motion. Can I speak to it now? Okay, so I am supportive of this motion and with approving what is on the table. However, moving forward, I would like the administration to provide some kind of methodology that links the initiating motions for community safety and well-being to budget consideration, demonstrating a case for why those decisions are alleviating the pressure on policing and advances community well-being and safety.
Good. And you have that ready to
And
go
I've sent
after the
that.
vote? Okay,
I've sent that subsequent to the
good,
clerks.
got it. Okay, so please vote on the motion.
So
or
for
the
clarity, we're
recommendation.
voting on the main motion that
On
was
the
in the
ma-
report from
Yes,
Councillor
yeah,
Carmel.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. Absolutely good. That's another unanimous decision to do some good work on anti-racism. And Councillor, or display, vote is displayed, right? So that's carried. Councillor Tang, you have a subsequent, right?
Yes, that administration return with a report outlining a methodology that summarizes the process from initiating motions of community well-being and safety to the final recommended budget items and how these actions alleviate pressure on policing and
What is the?
And promote community
and
well-being
promote
and
community
safety.
well-being and safety. Thank you.
Got it.
I'll second this for democracy.
Councillor Rutherford may want to second that too as
Oh,
well.
yeah, absolutely. I'm
if you're
fine with that.
If you're okay with Councillor Burkett. Councillor Rutherford, you want to second that?
I would, yes. Yeah.
Thank you for that. You want to speak, you have questions on this?
I wanted to speak to the motion.
Okay, please go ahead, speak to it, yeah.
I just wanted to say that, similar to Councillor Tang, the reason I said yes to the previous motion was just to get that money out to community in a timely fashion. However, I was really uncomfortable with the methodology that was used for making those recommendations. And I think we need to be more fiscally prudent, not in terms of just finance management, but in terms of making sure that that financing achieves the outcomes and objectives that we want to see. And so I absolutely am in support of this motion and think that will help to make sure that we're shepherding that 11 million into 2022 and beyond in a better way.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Tang and Councillor Rutherford on raising those valid points. So please, Councillor Rice?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to speak to this motion as well. I am in the same situation as Councillor Rutherford, and from public accountability perspective, I do like to see administration provide methodology and reporting framework and a specific performance evaluation framework, and to look at what's the positive impact, the change, and the tangible outcome, like tangible and measurable outcomes could bring, and from all this money we invested to support our community's safety and well-being.
Thank you, Councillor Rice, for that. Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, thank you. And just a quick question for administration. I guess it's a two-parter. One is, I'm assuming that our partner organizations who we're working with regarding these funds, we're not going to be adding a lot of burden onto them, considering they probably don't have a lot of capacity. And it just basically gives them a lot of red tape to work on without actually doing their work. And then the second part is just how on earth you would create write a report outlining this methodology, or if what would come from the report is options on methodological approaches.
Well, in the
So
last
two things: burden on partner organizations, and how we would actually summarize this process.
So on the second one, I will say I have no idea. I'm just seeing this for the first time now, so we'll need some time to figure out what that's going to look like, but I think it's reasonable. As you know, this is yet another motion on this subject, so what we have been trying to do is put all of the motions from the previous council and this council together so we can organize them properly and get a strategy moving forward. On the first question, I think it will create some burden on those partnerships because we have to talk to people to be clear on the outcomes. We will do our best to limit the burden that causes and try to do most of the work. But again, as we've heard before, we've got clear direction from council rightly to work with all these partners, not to do it in isolation. So that means that it takes time and it takes evaluation and it takes their commitment to this process. But I think we will certainly do our best to reduce that burden to the maximum extent possible. But in order to work with them, we're going to have some of their time.
Yeah, and I think that's fair enough, and I think that it's probably a pretty good idea. But the second thing I'm curious about looking at this motion is the second part, how these actions alleviate pressure on policing and promote community well-being and safety. I think mostly that would just probably, I'm assuming, be just a scan of organizations or of processes and outcomes from other municipalities or whatever we've got in our own experience. Is that and
Yeah, I
I'm
would say,
assuming that helping organizations will be involved because they're the ones who are mostly measuring this.
yeah, I think, Councillor, that we would have to sort of stay within the constraints of what we're doing. We want this same question answered, quite frankly, for the millions of dollars that the province is doing as well. I would assume that this would be within our purview, while we still push and advocate for the province to really get to the same conclusions with all the provincial and federal money as well.
Yeah, because there are examples, I think, that we can look to globally anyway, and internationally, if not nationally. I'm not actually very familiar with what other cities are doing in Canada on this file that are ahead of us, but I know that there are municipalities outside of Canada that are a little bit further ahead. Is that sort of what you'll be taking a look at?
We will certainly try to, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like a little simple motion, but this is actually quite a bit of work. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I would actually respectfully disagree that it is a complex motion, because I think we're dealing with a complex issue. And just to be clear, I do think that the intention of this motion, from my understanding, and so I'd look to Councillor Tang to correct or validate, is more of what I felt, I can only speak to myself, with the recommendations that came forward, was there was a disconnect with how that money alleviates pressure from police and actually promotes community well-being and safety. So what I think we are hoping for is some sort of theory of change. So yes, absolutely looking at those strong practices and an environmental scan that's coming out from other parts of the world, but then saying if we do A, it's going to lead to B and then C. That's our theory, right? So by spending money on anti-racism work, for example, it creates this change in community safety experiences as a theory. So
Got it.
I just want to make sure that we're clear on the intent of the motion.
Got it. Okay, cool. Please vote on the motion.
I know we're running short on time, but I concur.
Good. Okay, please vote on the motion.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor
Thank you.
Hamilton.
Okay, where is it? Here you go. Okay.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is correct. Thank you so much.
Mayor Sohi,
Yes.
we have item 9.5, which Councillor Knack selected because it was required to be selected. If there's no questions or debate on that, we could bring that forward.
Yes,
and
do
pass
that,
it.
please. Yes.
So I will move that we bring item 9.5 forward.
Second.
Okay, please vote to bring 9.5 forward.
Could we just do unanimous consent just to save a couple of
Everybody
minutes?
agree? Yes, everybody
Thanks so
agrees. Okay, got it. So now, anybody move the recommendation?
So we need to reconsider a motion that was actually passed from November 8th to 9th. That's actually in the report. The report is private, so it's not been made available to the public, but the motion and the direction will be. So if Councillor Cartmell, if you wouldn't mind if I just read out why we need to amend it, so that the following motion passed on November 8th to 10th be reconsidered, and it was to do with the council member appointments.
Yeah.
So the attachment one that was just recently approved at committee or council 2 weeks ago and approved in the minutes today, we just need to make some very small changes, and the changes are included within the private report on item 9.5.
So you need a motion to reconsider?
Please.
So I'll move that the motion passed at the November 8th to 10th, 2021 City Council meeting be reconsidered.
Second.
Everyone cool with reconsidering the motion? Good. All right. That's unanimous.
Thank you. And then if the new motion could be put on the floor, please.
Councillor Cardinal?
Do we need to vote on reconsideration or not?
We got a
I'm
unanimous
taking
consent.
unanimous consent
Fair
as there
enough.
were no
Thank you.
objections.
Okay, Then I will move as follows then. That the following amendments to attachment 1 of the November 8th, 2021 Office of the City Clerk Report, OCO 00840, be approved. And that's A, that Mayor Sohi replace Councillor Wright and be appointed as the member of the Audit and Finance Committee representing the City of Edmonton on the Edmonton Metropolitan Region Board from November 22, 2021 for the term of office. And B, that Councillor Cartmell be appointed as the member and Councillor Wright be appointed as the alternate for the Metropolitan Regional Servicing Committee of the Edmonton Metropolitan Region Board, both from the date of appointment for the term of office. And that 2, that the council member appointments to agencies as set out in the revised attachment 1 of the November 22, 2021 Office of the City Clerk Report OCCO 0881 be approved for the terms shown. And 3, that the November 22nd, 2021 Office of the City Clerk Report OCCO 0881 remain private pursuant to Section 17, disclosure harmful to personal privacy, and 24, advice from officials of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Second.
Councillor Wright, you cool with it? Good. All right, so please vote.
Councillor Rice?
I just have one question. I want to confirm that what I heard is alternative is Councillor Wright or Councillor Rice?
Right.
Councillor Wright.
Right.
Oh, okay. So is it for the for the financial auditing and
No, this is
Councillor Rice, you're still the alternate on
so
that
this is a different one.
Yes.
That's correct.
Okay.
Good. Okay.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes. That is carried. Good. Thank you. So that is done. That is done. 7 point, maybe we can deal with 7.7 as well?
So you have 3 bylaws that are remaining, Mr. Mayor. We're happy to deal with them in the order that you would like.
Okay.
I believe these were all selected for debate, however. 7.3, 7.4, and 7.7. Individuals had questions on those?
Do you want to lay those over to December 6th, Mr. Mayor?
If there's nothing urgent about them, right, we can.
Do I need to move that they're brought forward, Madam Clerk?
I'm just trying to get a sense for what council wants to do before I...
Yeah, I don't see any objections.
I was just going to say we might have time if we're postponing 6.3 through 6.7, then we might actually get to them in time, depending on how long debate on 6.1 goes. So maybe we can wait to postpone the
Sure,
bylaws.
you can move directly to 6.1 and see where you finish up.
1-1. So we had a previous list on that, right, of speakers on 6.1?
Just going back to that item just now. Yep, so on the list that we've got Councillor Rutherford, then Councillor Wright, then Councillor Principe.
Okay. So we're back on the council orientation, continued planning and development process, zoning bylaw renewal, and land management and enterprise land development. So Councillor Rutherford. Or maybe to speed up things, if somebody wants to bring forward a motion or anything, then we can deal with that item first, get it out of the way, whether we want to do it or not do it. Right. Was that be okay? Okay. So, Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I move the following motion, that administration return to council with an information report to council on December 6, 2021, summarizing past council decisions regarding the sale of the Greenfield residential / mixed-use land holdings in the Astor, Shaughnessy, and Goodridge Corners neighborhoods. That administration, and this is the second paragraph, that administration pause the preparation and public offerings of greenfield residential / mixed-use land holdings in the Astor, Shaughnessy, and Goodrich Corners neighborhoods as approved by council on May 3rd, 2021, until administration returns to council with the referenced information report.
Good. Does this need a seconder?
It does.
I'll second.
Council Principe? Okay, good. And we can ask questions on this, and we can also ask questions on the other part of the report, right? Is that the case?
So there was a presentation that
Yeah.
was given, yep.
Yeah, we
Yep.
can ask a question either on this or the rest of the presentation. Okay, good. Councillor Rutherford.
Sorry, before we start, just a point of, so, because I have questions on the motion, but I also just have questions on the
You
presentation.
can ask any questions you want.
So I'll probably need more than 5 minutes then, like I'll have to do circle.
You can go to
Okay.
second round.
So I'll start with the questions I had on zoning bylaw. Can you tell me to date, I know we've done some engagement and you said we're 60% drafted on the zoning bylaw. When I was doing door knocking, I definitely did not get the sense from community that they understood that this project was even happening or the city changing implications of this project. So my question is, how many people have been engaged on the zoning bylaw renewal? And I would break that down from yes, I'm sure there's been great engagement with developers, which is an important key stakeholder, but the general public, what are those numbers like for engagement?
Councillor Rutherford, the project started a number of years ago where we just started with discussion papers to socialize the idea around the changes with the zoning bylaw. We have engaged both with the development industry and with communities in a number of ways, and I'll maybe pass it to Livia Ballone, who's leading the engagement process, who's on the call virtually. Livia?
Councillor Rutherford, as Kim mentioned, we have done engagement since 2018, and we did quite a bit of our engagement alongside city plan engagement when that was being developed. I do have numbers that was listed in our last urban planning committee meeting report that was last June. So we have those actually outlined in the cover report for that. I would have to just, we can get back to you on that.
Councillor Rutherford, though, you are correct. Usually what happens when we engage on these large-scale projects is that Edmontonians are only become part of the process, not intentionally, but because they can actually see what the change is to them when it becomes closer to we've actually got the details on the project. So we are going to start engaging with Edmontonians in January on the zoning bylaw and look for their input, and then that will refine that last 40% of the bylaw as we bring it forward. And we'll have a major engagement session with Urban Planning Committee in January as well, because a lot of those complex things that we've heard from Edmontonians, like height as an example right now, we're working through what that's going to be in the zoning bylaw, and we're looking for your input as well through that.
So yeah, that was my next question on process, because when I looked at the presentation, it looked like it was coming back for readings. And I know they're separated, it looks like they're all separated, but I worry that we've gone too far down the path without, I would say, those numbers, I suspect that those numbers are not very high in the proportion of our population as a city. And I think it's been a challenge. I absolutely recognize the challenge of engaging on zoning bylaw, which is legislation, and it's a big beast of a document. And I have participated in some of the engagement workbooks sessions as a candidate, and I would say that even somebody with a master's degree, because I'm not a planner, I was very much lost in that session. And so I do worry that what we're going to do is we're going to have gone too far down that writing path, and then it's going to be too hard to actually say, oh, well, that decision's already been made, or this creates, I just really worry about the engagement process, and so I want to know what the plan is. Is it just January you're engaging, or what's the timeline, and what does that fulsome engagement process look like for the zoning bylaw?
That's really good feedback, Councillor Rutherford. And I think to start, in terms of engagement with Edmontonians, it will continue over a number of months in the first quarter of next year. We will have a report come to Urban Planning Committee also in the first quarter, and it's not a draft bylaw at that time. It's just where we're at and looking for direction on a number of issues. We will continue to engage all the way up until the public hearing, which is planned in the third quarter of 2022. So we, from a community perspective, are engaging with Edmontonians. That will start early part of next year and continue up until public hearing in the third quarter of 2022. We do work with our engagement consultant to look at the approach of how we simplify what we're engaging on. And we're looking at having, you know, just as an example, a one-pager on the residential zones to explain, you know, what does this mean for you? And so just a way to be able to communicate and make it a little bit more easier to digest. Outside of that, the bylaw itself, its biggest goal is to make it accessible and to make it easy to read. And right now, our current bylaw, it's complicated.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much.
But I just want to add for clarity, I think what I heard also, Councillor, is you want to see that engagement plan for that period of time. So we will get that back to Council. We'll figure it out if a memo form is good enough to start, but we'll bring that back.
Yeah, and again, I worry about, it was great to see the GBA Plus and to be that pilot project, but if those voices aren't actively involved in the engagement, I wonder how comprehensive that GBA Plus is.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
If I may, just add, as you know, Councillor, communications and engagement go hand in glove. There's a podcast series underway for the zoning bylaw work. There's all kinds of communications avenues being explored to make it accessible.
Okay. Councillor Wright?
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to, I guess, basically speak to the motion that Councillor Jans put forward. And I know we can't go back and reverse everything that previous councils have done. But if it's coming to us to vote on this, then I think we need the information that, in order for us to make an informed decision and vote on it. So I appreciate Councillor Jans for putting that forward. There's already been enough problems with this area of Ward Spomitapi, and I just want to make sure that
This,
what's being done to Astor.
I understand there's these three, which one is Astor in?
Astor is just south of Maple.
Spomitapi, okay, good.
Southeast of Maple.
Good, okay.
So, thank you for providing us the information so that we can make an informed decision when we vote.
Okay. Councillor Principe?
Hi. Okay, my questions were answered, but I do have some comments to make. 23 years ago, we built our house and we picked our lot based on the zoning. And when a fire hall went up right across the street from me, at the time I wasn't happy. Now I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. But I was very disappointed when I called the city and I was told, well, we can do whatever we want. And I was very disappointed with that. So I just want to make sure that our public engagement is really to actually not just give someone a sounding board, but to actually listen and actually consider their input, please. And yeah, I'm in support of the motion. Thank you.
So just for clarity, Councillor Principe, I just want to say that answer would be an absolutely inappropriate response on any question brought to 311 or the city on any matter. And it's certainly not in keeping with what our expectations are for answering questions, not even considering a good, fulsome engagement. So.
Yeah, and it was 20 years ago, so I'm sure things have changed since then.
Yes.
And just to add, Councillor, our basic premise for engagement is that we make better decisions when we listen to the community. We don't consider it window dressing, so it's a very important part of the work for us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Jans.
I guess I have a point of process. Should we be debating the motion now, or should we be continuing to ask questions? What would be more orderly? Like, should I be making argumentation in favor of the motion, or would you prefer to?
So I think other council members had a chance to ask questions, have one round on the, right, Councillor? Councillor Mack, yeah. So let's focus on the motion, so we can get that clear. Then,
Sure.
Yeah.
We just came out of the election. I think when you have a new council elected, sometimes there's a new vision or new values that may be represented. Because there may have been a decision, there may not have been, when there was a decision, decisions can be reconsidered if they haven't been irretrievably actioned. In this case, we heard from administration it is not. Nothing has been posted for sale. All I'm asking for with this motion is a chance for us to have more information and have more conversation together. It's not an insignificant variance when administration presented council with two options to sell as is and make 75 million, or sell as partial development and make 195 million. That's a very significant piece of change. When we hear small business owners saying, we want a chance to get into the game too, and we can't. And if you do this, you're gonna run us out of business. I mean, this is big. I heard about it on the doorsteps from small builders. That's why this was flagged for me, that they wanted this to be reconsidered and to have a look at it. So I understand the frustration for some existing councillors who feel like they went through this and they made a decision, but this is our democratic right to do so and to have this conversation. And if we go through it, and if we are all just as confident as the last, then by all means, administration can post it and we can put them up for sale and try and get fair market or the best value we can for our taxpayers. But when we're looking at a decision that is multiple zeros, I think it's worth taking a pause and a second look.
Councillor Knack.
Sorry, and first, I just need to get can I either get the whole motion in the chat again or just on the whole screen? I just want to make sure I'm.
It's too big for the whole screen, but I'll put it in the chat.
Thank you, yeah, just to have that. I do have, sorry, and Mr. Mayor, that's when I was talking about the process, I do still have questions on this motion. I haven't been able to ask that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank
Yeah.
you. I just want to double check. So recognizing tight timelines for the first parcel of lands, along with the council, and I fully agree that any council should have the opportunity to be able to revisit. That's perfectly valid. My one concern is just around engagement. We've done a lot of engagement on this. We've had lots of speakers come out to committee meetings to speak to this, and so my one worry with how I think the motion is written, and I wouldn't mind your thoughts, is that if we're going to make a decision to change direction, is there right now, as written, an opportunity for us to have those who would want to speak to that a chance? Because I think right now this is just coming back to council.
Yeah, we were just talking about that, Councillor, and I think it can certainly come back to council on the 6th. I think my advice would be, if council wants to reconsider the entire decision, they also may want to refer it to executive committee, where there is an opportunity to hear from all the people who may want to speak to this, because they had the chance to do that before the first time council made their decision, and they will probably want it if there's a consideration of changing. I think process-wise, what that would see us doing is just getting a sense of what council wants to do, if revisit or not. But then you may want to, at council, refer it to committee, but then we're getting back into January. So.
And I appreciate, and that's something we'll have to grapple with, recognizing that. So I just wanted to make sure that was something we would talk about. Okay,
because there is no opportunity for us to get that in
unless we repurpose one of our council meetings for budget for that, which we have a lot of new folks, so chances are we might not have extra time. So realistically, we'd be.
But I still think we can come back on the 6th and get some sort of consideration for council.
Yeah, I guess my question or what I'm struggling a little bit with is that pausing it until that point, at that point, I guess we're making a decision. We would make a decision on December 6th to either continue pausing it until and I would make an argument that I think we need to hear from the public if we're going to make a change like that. But then that continues to pause it beyond into January, which is fully, again, up to the choice of council, but that would be the process we would go if we wanted to hear from public members.
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think there's time to think about that on the 6th.
Yeah, I understand. Okay. I will speak to it at the appropriate time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Tang.
Thank you. Just a question, and maybe this came up, I missed it, but the direction that was set back in May, the decision was influenced by COVID?
Councillor, the decision that was made back in May was a long, with many opportunities for engagement with the development industry, with external consultants, and with information provided by administration. There was much information provided from a financial standpoint, and I don't believe that there was any consideration given to COVID being one of those inputs into the decision that was made at that time.
Okay, that's fair. And I guess, so I'm torn on this one, and I think for a long time, cities talked a great game about being a private developer and developing land. I just don't think we have been doing a very good job. You know, one of the items that was in that list included selling off some of the buildings in the Edmonton Research Park, which is in Ward Garihio. And a lot of the concerns I had wasn't so much about the selling of the property, but more the management and the governance of it. And so that's why I made the inquiry this morning, because I think there's other ways of getting to some of the concerns raised from the community. You know, I don't want to undo years of engagement, discussion, and decision-making. And I do think that, you know, this move is in line with our city plan and providing more options. And I think if the goal here is to have that discussion, as Councillor Stevenson had pointed out, I don't know if this motion is the only way of, pausing it is the only way to have that discussion, because we are also talking about one, you're pausing the post of one sale, right?
So, Councillor Tang, it's actually two separate issues. One of the discussions was related to the city's involvement in Greenfield residential and development, and it was wholly focused on the city's participation in a certain subset of our portfolio. The second item, which I think you're referencing, was work that the city administration did as part of Reimagine, where we looked at the investments that will be required into buildings moving forward and alignment with council's priorities in making asset management decisions for the properties that are in our inventory. So the properties at the research park are part of a separate discussion from that of the Greenfield residential lands.
Okay, that's fine. But I guess I see sort of the overall of our direction is in line with development and smarter growth. That has been on the table for a long time, and I think it lines up with the discussions with the city plan, et cetera. So I think I'm having a real challenge with this, I think like many others at the table. And I guess I do wonder, like, what does this achieve? And if the goal is to have the conversation, I just don't know if this motion is the only way of achieving that.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So this motion, first of all on the motion, I will say I'm really uncomfortable with the two trains running simultaneously in this meeting at the moment. But with respect to the motion, then, we set expectations in the development community and the broader community amongst administration that we were going down a road. Whether everyone agrees with it or not, we were heading down a road. And now we've signaled to that collective group of stakeholders that we're pausing at least for a couple of weeks and maybe longer. Is that going to turn our public hearing on the I'm trying to do math quick in my head, 29th, into a relitigation of the motion already made? Is there a concern there?
I think you're definitely going to hear about it, Councillor. We've already had calls based on this morning's conversation.
Yep, me too.
But I don't know. I don't think we can estimate to what extent, that will be.
And it's going to be hard to summarize what Mr. Hodgson described as a 2 to 3 year journey, and all of the, not just the reports, but all of the conversation and all the to and fro and the consultants that came to speak and all of that work in a brief summary or in a brief report on the 6th.
Well, I
to
think we
say?
can provide a really good summary of everything that's happened, Counselor, for sure on the 6th, including copies of all the previous reports that have come to Council. So I'm confident we can do a good job of summarizing everything that's been put before the previous Council.
Okay. I have a few questions on the permitting presentation, so thank you for that. I'm going to try to just get to the point. I think, well, I will speak only for myself. I heard a lot about the time it takes for permits to be cycled, notwithstanding all of the work that I know already you've done, Ms. Petrin, and your group. Would you say that a lot of that concern is on the more complicated permit applications, the bigger projects or the complicated land pieces, or is there something you can offer by way of sort of a generalization there?
Councillor Cartmel, I don't think it's limited to just the large complex projects, because I think over the last 2 years during COVID, we've had small businesses or new businesses changing and have, you know, every dollar matters. And so sometimes going through that permitting process can be complex and challenging if they don't have a professional to support them through that. So I think that it's a range, would be my opinion.
Okay. And Ms. McCabe, in your opening comments, you actually spoke briefly about the culture within the group. And I'm wondering, you know, in the various conversations that we've had, either the two of us or the three of us, about the fact that this is at the heart of a competitive environment, that we in the city are competing potentially with places in the region, with places in other regions, with places elsewhere in Canada, and that a more permissive approach and a more permissive culture is not just acquiescing to business interests, but it is part of our competitive strategy in this city to bring and retain development and business and employment in Edmonton.
Yeah, absolutely it is, and we've heard from investors who have been able to make investment decisions in Edmonton because we have been able to give them timelines that meet their needs.
I have two areas of concern, and I'm not going to get to them all, and I don't want to belabor that. One is OSCAM permits, and you know, in terms of new development and how it seems that OSCAM permits grew beyond what their original intent was into a place that is really interfering with and causing a drag on simple construction, things like a concrete truck rolling up to pour a driveway. So I'll maybe take that away, Mr. Sebrick, and we can talk about how we can make that better, because that, I think, is viewed as a red tape thing. The other is, and this is kind of out of left field, but I've heard something about on tenant improvement or renovation type projects where a building is going to be partially occupied and partially under construction, that the separation between the two is going to require a full 1 hour fire rating, which to build a wall in some of those large spaces to delineate one side from the other becomes a project in and of itself before the project can start. That sounds like red tape addition, not red tape reduction. So those two things. Thank you. If you care to, yes, but I'm just trying to be respectful of the clock. Yeah.
I just get we've heard both those concerns, and we have been working with industry and ourselves on that. So we'll continue to do so.
Thank you, and I'll follow up with you both offline. Thank you.
Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I have one comment specifically regarding the public engagement. I do heard the concern and from public regarding the inputs, how the inputs be heard effectively, and from public engagement process. Yes, I do believe our city does good job for the public engagement communication, and then however, and if communities inputs specific related to the land sale, and also the rezoning process, and how we can ensure the public inputs can be heard effectively. And I think that is the area, and then I do believe we need to take some action to improve. And that is specifically speak to my own words, and there are few issues, and I'm not going to talk the detail here. I just want to raise that voice and from public perspective. So that is one comment. So one question is related to this motion. So I do heard the extra time needed and if this motion and in place and specifically push the time and go to the 2022. And all the public engagement and the discussion, like the previous work, will be reduced and from this morning's presentation. So my question is, besides extra time, can we predict, is there any additional cost and for this process? Any info? Like how much, and because I understand our city council, some councilors' perspective, and also I would like to look at from cost-effective perspective, how much will it cost for us to do this?
I think most of the costs will just be related to time and staff work to do those engagements and yourselves in the meetings and things like that. And then I can't speculate on what the difference in price might be as a result in terms of selling.
Okay,
I don't know if that'll
so-
go up or down, and we would have to,
So
we
that's
can't predict that necessarily. So I don't know, do you want to add anything, Mr. Hodgson?
Mr. Corbold, I think had it bang on. I mean, it is very difficult to estimate what shift may happen over the next few months. I would suggest that providing some additional information and shifting by a short period of time shouldn't have a huge financial impact on the resulting sale prices.
Okay.
And Mr. Corbold also referenced, I mean, the majority of the information that will be brought forward as part of that report is a summary of past work that we've had with council. So it should just be staff time in preparing that information, as well as some of the engagement work that we may do with industry before then.
So there is no huge impact on the pricing. Okay, so
I don't
that
believe
is
so,
what
no.
that is what I want to hear. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please?
Yes, I've got it.
So, on the motion, what is the legal risk if this motion passes? I know you heard talk a bit about in the morning. What is the legal risk of this?
I don't think that the risk is great. Mr. Hodgson connected with our main council, and I think the motion as presented with the further discussion on December 6th, that meeting, we can't predetermine what council is going to do, but I think what we have presented it does not create a substantial risk.
Yeah, in fact, I'd say that telling us not to list reduces our risk, as opposed to our current status quo would we would list,
Then not.
take on some liability
Yeah.
if you decide to change it. So telling us not to list, in fact, reduces the risk.
Okay. What is the reputational risk? Like this decision was made, and there's business people out there listening to this conversation, visiting back and forth these decisions. What is that reputational risk and also the
I think
predictability risk?
I think reputational risk from developers will be high, Your Worship. They are already calling on this. It adds uncertainty to our vision and what we're trying to do, and so I don't think it's insurmountable, but it will be, I would say, high from the perspective of developers, UDI, and those folks.
Okay. And also kind of does it create uncertainty?
Yes, it does.
It does create uncertainty. And the sale of these lands is at competitive prices, right? It's market out there, anybody can bid on it.
Mayor Sohi, yes, the direction that was contemplated previously by council was the suggestion that the lands be sold in a competitive public offering. And obviously we have restrictions around our disposition of land for market value, so yes.
Okay. And the business case that was presented to council, and Councillor Jans talked about some of those numbers, that if we sell, we get about $80 million. If we develop, we get much more. Does that factor into the development cost? Like, what is the net loss if we sell it? You've done that analysis.
Councillor, as administration, we've completed the analysis, and we have also had a third-party, PwC, complete that same analysis for us. There is definitely financial impact by taking one option over the other, but I would suggest that there were other considerations that council had in front of them at that time, including the engagement that happened with the members of our Real Estate Advisory Committee, some of the feedback that was heard from other stakeholders that were involved in the process, and certainly some other factors that played into council's decision. So there absolutely was a few different scenarios that council considered, and ultimately the direction was provided to move forward with the sale of all of the parcels.
Okay. And the last council decision was based on a lot of public consultation, and in order to reverse that decision, you would expect to engage deeply as well.
I think that would be the expectation of those who spoke the first round, Your
Yeah.
Worship?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And that would mean further delay into 2022. Does that increase the legal risk or
No.
reputational risk?
No, I don't believe so. And I don't want to give the impression that it would take another, like, the first decision took 2 or 3 years to get to. I don't think we don't have to revisit all of that stuff. But I think we have to step back and listen to, make sure council gets perspective, probably an executive committee of those folks who were engaged the first time.
Okay.
So I don't think it's years of delay. I think it's maybe weeks and months.
And Mayor Sohi, I would just add that as part of the previous reports, there were comprehensive what we heard documents that were prepared. So that information may be helpful for council to review, to identify the different positions of different parties that were involved.
So just a quick one in my dying seconds. During that consultation that was undertaken in the last council's term, how much of that public involvement was just from the general public or small businesses, and how much of that was from UDI and developers?
Going off of memory here, but there were a couple of different groups that were involved. The main focus of some of the information that came forward in support of the sale of the land was from the development community, and specifically with the city's Real Estate Advisory Committee. It's made up of industry members, including UDI, NAOP, many other groups as well. There was additional what we heard documents related to folks that had accessed our properties as customers, many members of communities and so forth. So there is I would say a great breadth of information within those what we heard documents.
Okay, good, thank you. Councillor Wright? Sorry, Councillor Paquette didn't have a chance for first round. Councillor Paquette?
I'm just ready to speak to it, so I'll just be patient.
Okay. Councillor Wright?
So you spoke about the developers and that were involved in the feedback. Was there any engagement through residents in surrounding communities or community leagues or the voice of residents rather than corporations?
Councillor Wright, there was definitely information that was provided around folks that had been customers within our communities. So those would have been folks who would have purchased lots that eventually became homes that families lived in. And then also, I believe there was information from the small builder community and those that have taken part in our lot draws in the past. So again, there is a breadth of information. It was over a number of years. It included things like surveys back out to customers and again, some really robust engagement with members of our Real Estate Advisory Committee as well.
Sorry, when you say information, is that information out to residents or information that you've garnered back from residents?
Feedback from.
Okay. Okay, and I don't want to say any more until I get some more information from the report that you provide. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Knack?
Thank you, Mayor Selby. I'm ready to speak to it if I think we're at speaking now for everyone.
Yes, you can speak to it.
Yeah, thank you. So I won't be supporting the motion, but again, I do very much appreciate that this council should feel the ability to bring forward any items that was discussed by the past council. That's well within our within the rights of the system. For me, why I don't feel the need to discuss this again is a couple of the pieces, and Councillor Tang touched on one of them a bit earlier. From a philosophical sense, the City of Edmonton being in greenfield development is completely opposite to what I think the city plan is all about. I don't think we should be focusing time, effort, or resources on any type of greenfield development. I think we should be focusing our time, effort, and energy on implementing the city plan. And so for me, that was one of the biggest issues when I looked at this over the last couple of years, is that this is not something we should be in the business of, and every minute we spend on this is a minute we're not spending on other areas that actually matter, in my mind, within the city plan. The other piece, and if council votes to get this information, so be it, there was a conversation about the financial impacts, and a very fair point, which is that some of the reports suggested that over the course of a sort of 30-year span, there's a potential that the City of Edmonton could get a little bit more money, potentially. But as we heard from those who are actually in the business of doing it, I think the assumptions that were built into those reports were flawed, just being perfectly honest, and I don't think we would come out ahead. So I would rather us take those resources now and start using them to implement everything we have in the city plan. What I would rather see us do, in my mind, is actually not support this motion, but then make sure we're revisiting as a council what we want to do with the proceeds of that funding and how we're going to use that to implement the city plan. That, to me, feels like a better use of our time and effort, and I think will still get us to where we want to go in the end. So that's why I won't support it. Again, very much appreciate that the council may want to have this, but I will offer this caution, which is that we very much should, if we do pass this, then this absolutely needs to come back to a committee meeting in the new year to allow people to come speak to it and have it will be a lengthy process, and that's fine if that's what this council wants. That's, well, again, perfectly acceptable. I just think based off all of the work that has happened to date, I'm comfortable with not being in the business of greenfield. That to me is not what the City of Edmonton should be focusing their time on. So I won't support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Salvador, you didn't have a chance in the first round.
Yeah, just to loop back with a few questions, because I'm also, struggling with this one. So can you really explicitly lay out what is the risk between now and December 6th if this were to get paused?
No, I don't think we can, Councillor, and that's simply because I can't speak for the developers who may or may not be planning to do so. I don't think there's a huge legal risk, but I can't speak to what developers are anticipating or thinking about. We just simply don't know at this stage, and of course we weren't sort of prepared for this consideration today. So that in itself, I think, would require us to go talk to developers to find out what risks they see there. So I'm sorry, I just don't know. I don't think we know how to respond to that. Chris, unless you want to add something.
Councillor, it would be hard to articulate what that risk may be. I think that the majority of the risk would likely be focused within that reputational side of things with the development industry. I think the financial risk is probably minimal, and I think that the legal risk, as Mr. Corbould had mentioned, is probably mitigated. But that hard to predict the actual impact on the reputational side of things.
Right, and I guess what I'm asking, I can definitely understand that if we have the conversation on December 6th and something counter is decided to what was already decided by the previous council, or by council rather, what I'm trying to determine is between now and the 6th, if that is a reputational risk period. Do you know what I'm saying? Or if when it comes back and we actually have that conversation, if that's what council decides, if that's when that risk kicks in.
I would say more so if it kicks into the 6th and we end up getting into delay
Right.
of council, of committee meetings. If it's just the 3-week delay and council says on the 6th, no, we don't want to revisit it, then I think it's limited.
Right, okay.
But there'll be uncertainty between now and then.
Yeah,
that
yeah,
will-
yeah.
That will certainly be spoken about amongst the development community.
Yeah. So by delaying or by pausing, we're essentially just giving ourselves the opportunity to review this past council's decision and to get ourselves up to speed and get that summary.
I think that's
Correct.
fair, council.
Okay.
Councilor, yeah.
Okay. Because, yeah, I guess I'm also concerned about just the level of engagement and consultation that went into this decision previously. And, yeah, would want to, if it does come back on the 6th, be able to have a full look at what that would look like. Because I think that's, yeah, potentially risky, as you just described. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Hamilton?
I'm just to speak to it. So if there's other questions, then I can wait and reserve my comments till after questions.
Okay. Councillor Stevenson?
I was just going to speak to it as well.
So I think everyone is here to speak to it, so why don't I start with you, Councillor Stevenson?
Just to check, Mr. Mayor, did you want to extend orders to finish this item as well as to deal with the remaining items, or how would you like to proceed?
I'll move that because I don't think we have a choice.
Yeah. Second? Somebody second?
Second.
Councillor Tang, please vote to extend the order of the day to finish this item and the one remaining item, right, Madam Clerk?
We still have the 3 bylaws, so we just
Okay,
have
yeah,
direction on a few
got-
other things.
Got it. Please vote.
I vote yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
I'm a yes.
Yes, for me.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
I'll have to also vote yes. I got the frowny face.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Just waiting for 2 more votes.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice.
Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. That is carried. Okay. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, just a quick word to just reflect on the fact that this is such a significant decision, and for me, I just want to be able to make that decision with full information. So I do appreciate the motion put forward and the opportunity to just have that time to get ourselves fully up to speed and be really confident in the decision that we make. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This kind of reminds me, only a few people will remember this, but I mused about reopening the area structure plan for Horse Hills in my first month on council, and that was not a very popular concept. They'd just been through it, and but I was confused, and I had some deep concerns. So as a rule, I probably would not support this motion because it goes back on council decisions that have already been made. However, it's not lost on me that this council is going to be making some really big decisions in the next few years, and will be shepherding the city plan forward for many, many years to come. And if this gives new councillors the comfort that they need and the understanding and the base that they need to move forward on a lot of these decisions, I think that a couple week delay on this issue is probably okay. And frankly, is there a risk? Yeah, sure. The risk is that this council chooses a different direction. But if that's what they were going to do anyway, it's probably better to know early rather than later. It's probably better to do it cleanly than to have some kind of policy mess on our hands in the coming months and years. And so I will support this motion simply for the information, for the comfort of new councillors. And frankly, the other aspect of it is to provide surety for those who may be watching this, who may have a stake in the game, so to speak. They're going to want to know what this council is going to look like by and large going forward as well. So this is actually a pretty good litmus and probably something that's much needed. And if it wasn't this issue, it's going to be another issue. So let's just rip the Band-Aid off right away. I don't think we can do this again and again and again. I think this has to be considered a bit of a policy one-off to take a look at this, but I'm not entirely enthused about it, frankly, because of the work that went into it. But I see the sense in it, and there's very minimal risk, and so I think it's important to support this request for information from new councillors. Thank you.
Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you. I think some of my colleagues have spoken, I think, to the history of this issue fairly well. I think all last term, from beginning to end, we dealt with this question. And while I acknowledge that it remains controversial, I'm really comfortable with the direction that council set at that time. And, even in light of the, I would say, change on this council, I still think it fulfills the goals of the city plan. I'm not going to repeat the points that Councillor Knack or Councillor Paquette have made. I'm not inclined to support it, to be honest, at this time, because that decision was made and that process was we went through that process collectively. But I also, to Councillor Paquette's point, am empathetic to the desire to see that information come back. So while I'm not going to support it, I think that on the 6th, if this motion passes, the outcome, I am confident that the information and the discussion will be robust, and I think we'll get to a sound position on that. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Rutherford? No? Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please?
Yes.
Before I go to Michael, Councillor Jans, I want to say a few words. I'm not going to support this motion, and I'll tell you reasons for that. I appreciate that Councillor Jans is trying to gather more information, and when this decision was made by council, I was not pleased about that decision either, because I had a number of concerns about it. But I have two reasons not to support it. One is it does create reputational issues. Once a decision is made after lengthy conversation, and that decision was made almost 6 months ago. And I think business needs certainty. They need predictability. And we need to provide that certainty and predictability once decisions are made. Yes, it's a new council. We have the right to revisit decisions, but I think if we continue to do that, it adds to that uncertainty and predictability that does cause concerns for businesses to be doing business in our city. That's one. The second is, even though I did not rule this out of order, I would appreciate that when we are thinking of, all of us, when we are thinking about bringing these kind of motions forward, that requires significant amount of debate and thought, that we have some process in place that we actually give other people enough notice and time that we're going to be talking about these issues. So we can come prepared, that we can ask questions, that we can ask and dig back to those reports that, Michael, you had the chance to dig into. I didn't have that time. I don't think many other council members had that time. I think it is not the right approach when we bring these motions forward in a hastily way without giving us the ability to have a thorough analysis done. So those are the two reasons that I will not be supporting this motion. And I'll take the chair back.
Thank you
Councilor
very,
Jans?
thank you very much. And Mayor Sohi duly scolded, and I certainly own that part. Part of it is I didn't realize how fast this was coming at us. I've tried talking to administration, I've tried talking to members of the community, and then you see in the report as part of our orientation that this is going up for sale immediately. And I just want to clarify something. We've talked a lot about risk. Let's say you find out you get a new job and you're moving to Calgary. You put your house up for sale, but then you find out the job falls through, and you decide to stay here and take your house off the market. That's all we're doing. We have not said, we've not entered into contract with a specific person saying we are selling to you and now we're reneging on this deal. Are the developers going to be upset about it? Of course. There's $100 million on the table here. Like, this is enormous amount of money, and we're talking a lot about the business reputation. What about all the small home builders? What about all the small businesses who, through this What We Heard report, said, you're driving us out of business. You're giving us no choice but to work for, a couple of these companies now. Like, we're in a situation where we're being very selective in who we are listening to. We heard from administration, they had an independent PricewaterhouseCoopers report that said that the math held up. But of course, the real estate committee, which we hear is comprised of industry experts, says to sell. Never ask your barber if you need a haircut. Self-interest is always there. So to me, this comes down to a fundamental question as, do we have the right as a city to make money in development? Yes or no? And if yes, how much should we be making and on what timeline? And I think that's what came up here, and that's why I think it's absolutely worth looking at. Are we protecting the public interest, or are we making a decision to go for short-term cash that's compromising our long-term need? We talk about city plan. It says right here in the chart which option, selling now or holding, supports the city plan. It's holding. Which one supports small businesses? It's holding. Which one has a better GBA plus impact? It's holding. Which one gives us the fastest funds right now? It's here. It's the marshmallow test right in front of us, right? You heard about that with little kids, and it is right in front of us. And I think council, for whatever pressure they were under the pandemic, industry experts, maybe not hearing from other community groups, etc. This is a quarter of the rec center. This is not insignificant change here. And I understand the pressures we're under. I understand the short-term risk, but we're not, to Councillor Knack's point, that, well, we shouldn't be in the greenfield game at all. Are we putting a green belt on the Henday? Are we stopping all residential development forward? Because even the city plan doesn't contemplate that. There still will be greenfield development. The question is, do we, as the people of Edmonton, get to take an approach where we make money, where we support small businesses, where we work with owners, where we can set a higher green standard, and where we can continue to listen to the advice of our administration, who are cautioning us here, do not be penny greedy, pound foolish. And so it's, I appreciate this is bad form and bad process, but like, this is so critical, I think, to the fundamental public good of, like, what is the city of Edmonton? Are we going to have to divest from pools, divest from transit, divest from everything else? There's comments in there saying, well, the city shouldn't be in the business of greenfield development. Well, are they going to tell us in future, well, the city shouldn't be in the business of transit. It should all be left up to Uber and private providers who can profit from it? Absolutely not. This, to me, is, if we can reconsider the bus cleaners, if we can reconsider other conversations, which I realize admin did, we didn't, but this is a major Quake thing. And I say this as somebody who got no money from developers in the election. Like, I'm not coming in here with an axe to grind in favor of the small home builders or anything else. That's just fundamentally, this isn't an ideological thing. This is a math thing, and it just doesn't make sense.
Okay, so please vote on the motion. Just hold on.
So Councillor Salvador? Thank you. And Councillor Jans?
It just signed me out, but in in favor of my recommendation, yes.
Thank you.
My mind's not made up yet, but now it is.
Okay, we have all the votes.
Can you please display the votes? So that is carried. Okay.
So, Mr. Mayor, you have a number of reports still in the public report sections. Would it be possible, please, to postpone or move over to items 6.3 and 6.4 to December 6th council meeting, please?
Yep,
So moved.
Second.
that's 6.4, 6.5, 6.6, 6.7?
No, 6.3 and 6.4, the operating and capital financial updates
Oh,
to
yes.
September 30th. And I didn't catch the seconder, apologies. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
So please vote.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes.
Thank you, and now
That
if
is
you,
carried. Yeah,
thank you. If you'd like to send items 6.5, 6.6, and 6.7, which are the three cross-reference budget reports, to the first item on the November 29th non-statutory public hearing.
okay. Councillor Knack, you going to move that?
Oh, sure, I'll move the
Oh,
motion.
so-
I was gonna
sorry.
just second.
Second.
Councillor Stevenson moving 6.566 to first item on the public hearing day.
Correct.
Yeah. Second by Councillor Tang. Please vote.
Just waiting for one more. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And then you've got three bylaws, 7.3, 7.4, and 7.7. Would you like to deal with those this evening, or would you like to send those over to December 6th?
I'll move that we move those to December 6th.
Second.
Okay. We move them to December 6th. Nothing is urgent on those, right?
Your hours of your council agendas will remain as is
Yeah.
until such times. That's no problem.
Okay. All right. Please vote.
Are we allowed to ask a question
Uh,
before we vote?
Absolutely.
I know we're,
Councillor Rutherford?
I just want to be clear that if we are moving those forward, that we're not just creating a bottleneck, right? That, because we're deferring a lot from today, and I just want to make sure we're not creating a bottleneck. Well, we're gonna take already packed agendas and make them more packed.
We are, sorry,
No, go ahead.
we are starting to, but
Yeah.
I think that we can work hard to.
Yeah, we
not
might have
make it
to,
worse.
we might have to set another day, second day that we have for council, for example, we would have to do that.
And I
if
think
we need.
we can plan for that longer meeting, whereas I think today, I don't know that I wasn't anticipating us going late.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, just wanted to kind of say, in the future, if we have to stay an extra hour to get through items so we're not bottlenecking, I would propose that we consider that in the future, but yeah, I understand for today.
Got it.
I have same question and specifically, and then for some like bylaws is so important. And then, so last time and we back up some items, we didn't get an opportunity and to ask the questions I would like
Got
to
it.
ask.
Duly noted.
Yep.
Got it. Okay. So please vote now.
So I'm going to vote no.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please.
And you just have item 9.4, which is a private budget item, which we can put over to the first date of budget deliberations. It
Okay.
doesn't need to be part of the public hearing.
So moved?
Second.
So 9.4 to the first budget meeting?
Budget deliberations, yes.
Budget deliberation meeting, sorry. Yeah. Please vote.
We'll figure it out.
sorry.
Councillor Rice? We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now, any notices, motions? Motions without customary notice?
Yes, we have notices.
We
I'm
do?
sorry, I have two notices of
Okay.
motion. I'll read them very quickly. So my first motion is that administration report back to City Council with options for ensuring city land assets are prioritized for affordable housing, including consideration of the existing land management governance process. Processes to ensure affordable housing needs and opportunities are considered at the time of land acquisition and/or initial conceptual designs for all city-owned facilities. And strategies for ensuring affordable housing projects are prioritized for land opportunities where they will benefit most from proximity to transit and/or other amenities in alignment with the city plan. And the second is that administration explore the opportunity to pedestrianize 102nd Avenue adjacent to Valley Line LRT and return to Urban Planning Committee with options for consideration.
Okay, those are the two notices of motion.
And if I can jump in, also have a notice of motion over here.
Yes.
Fantastic. Yeah, so at the next regularly scheduled meeting of council, I'll be moving that administration provide a report on efforts to address problem properties, including metrics on the prevalence of problem properties and existing interjurisdictional efforts to address them, options for additional enforcement tools for both tenant-occupied and vacant derelict problem properties, including but not limited to tax subclasses, options to expedite the redevelopment of problem properties, including partnerships with housing providers, and advocacy opportunities for council to strengthen provincial legislation affecting problem properties. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else have any notices of motions? That's fun, good. All right. All right, we are adjourned.